Still no mic, so you okay? I'm gonna get going. Good morning. Thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead and get started. It is Tuesday, May 2nd. Thank you for your attention to our Pima County Board of Supervisors meeting. I'd like to go ahead and take roll call to establish quorum, please.
Supervisor Bronson.
Here.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is out. All other board members are present.
Thank you. So today for our Pledge of Allegiance, we have Pueblo girls basketball. They are the 4A state runner-ups in girls basketball. And they are here with Coach Ismael Galindo, who's been teaching coaching this team for 11 years here at Pueblo. Do you want to go ahead and come up to the mic here? And then you can introduce the seniors that are here, correct? We have senior. And the day, this is a really busy time for seniors because we have AP exams and all kinds of stuff. So I want to thank them so much for being here. But I'll turn it over to
Excuse
you.
me, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes.
there's someone meowing in the background.
Yeah, we hear them. Yeah, we can't control that. And then we also have Supervisor Hines joined us. Thank you. Go ahead, Coach Galindo. Yes, it is.
So first of all is Mia Rodriguez. You know, stand up.
Come on over, Mia. Yeah.
And then Sandra Perez. And then I want to introduce the two other girls before the last senior. America Cáceres. My daughter, Sara Galindo. And last but definitely not least is Pueblo's all-time leading scorer now, Victoria Cáceres.
Thank you all so much for being here. And if you could lead us in the pledge, the flag is right there.
Pledge of allegiance.
Oh, I'm saying it.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I know what a busy time it is. And I just want to say, as one Pueblo Warrior alumni and a lifelong Tucsonan, we're so very proud of your accomplishments and all that you did to make Southern Arizona so proud. So thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. I'll just do the, and so next is the land acknowledgement statement to be offered by Sarah Loma Yezba, Research and Evaluation Specialist, Pima County Justice Services.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Lomayespa. I'm Justice Services Research and Evaluation Specialist. I'm a proud Tucson native and University of Arizona graduate, and I'm extremely lucky and grateful to be able to serve my community by using my skills in research and statistics to help better our local criminal justice system. I'm honored to be giving the land acknowledgement statement today, and I'd like to quickly acknowledge my dad and his side of the family as they are of Hopi descent. Love you, Dad. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasco Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you, Sarah. And given that the chair has gone to take pictures with her fellow Pueblo warriors, I get to introduce our very vocal and insistent visitors for Pause, accompanied by Ms. Dangler from the Pima Animal Care Center.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Chair, members of the board. My name is Monica Dangler. I'm the director at Pima Animal Care Center. And today we brought two little cute kittens, if you haven't seen them already. Here they are. This is Yoshi that I have, and Kaylee's got Woozy. She named them, not me. These guys are about 4 weeks old. If you don't know, it is kitten season. It all of a sudden happened last week. We took in about 70 little neonatal kittens like these guys within a week. So we are desperately looking for fosters for these guys. We get kittens in as early as 1 day old or a couple hours old. These guys are 4 weeks old, so they're still pretty teeny weeny, but these guys need a nice loving foster home until they're about 8 weeks old, and then we can spay and neuter them and send them on their way. These guys need to be fed about every 4 to 6 hours, where those brand new babies are a lot harder. Every 2 hours. So if you don't like to sleep, you're the perfect foster for them. So to become a foster, you can go to pima.gov/animal care to learn more. Also, you can find out more information about what to do if you find kittens. The best thing to do is to not bring those kittens to the shelter when they're this little. They have a lot lower chance of survival when they're not with their mom. But we've got some tips on how to determine if mom's there and then what to do once they're a little bit older. So thank you guys and have a great day.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dangler. Thank you. We have a significant number of proclamations to present on both the regular and agenda and the addendum, but Chair Grijalva's back, so back to you.
Could have continued that one. Okay. We have a point of personal privilege?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent 7,400 square miles in Pima County, and one of my favorite places is Arivaca. And on April 25th, Revenge of Dakota, a 9-minute digitally restored scene from a silent film, The Trail to Yesterday, made its debut at the Arizona International Film Festival. The Metro Pictures Studio came to Arivaca and filmed the Western melodrama, which was released way before I was born in 1918. The film was based on a 1913 novel by Charles Alden Seltzler. 100 years later, the last surviving nitrate copy was discovered at a film archive in Amsterdam. How does that happen? The restoration project was worked on by Arizona-based experimental filmmaker and photographer Bart Santello, who splits his time between Phoenix, Green Valley, and Arivaca. Santello spent hundreds of hours and used a variety of tools to restore around 6,900 frames that makes up the short scene which is being screened. The filmmaker will eventually restore the entire roughly 60-minute film. I just want to celebrate him and Arivaca today.
Thank you. So our first presentation of proclamation will be to Julie Wagner, CEO, Sarah Falconet, Manager, Membership Development, Bonnie Lecco Shapiro, Manager, Marketing and Communication, Kanya Sanchez, Manager of Website and Database Technology, Amanda, I don't want to mess, Schachter, thank you. Member Services, I didn't want to mess up your name. Member Services and Credentialing Coordinator, and Alex Williams, Executive Assistant, Aging Life Care Association, proclaiming the month of May 2023 to be Aging Life Care Month. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Supervisor Hines, if you have your camera on, did you say aye? Great, thank you. Item passes 5-0. Okay. Supervisor Scott. Yeah, I know.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you mind holding this?
Absolutely not. Thank you. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
Good morning, all. Oh, look. Good morning. Whereas every person deserves to age well with dignity and live their optimal life, and whereas we are experiencing a worldwide demographic shift to an older and more diverse populace, with every person having distinct medical, social, emotional needs and desires, and whereas people are increasingly opting to age alone or far away from their families, and whereas older persons, their families and support networks often benefit from local experts on available resources, support navigating an often fragmented healthcare system, and advocates for their health and wishes. And whereas the Aging Life Care Association is headquartered in Pima County with approximately 2,000 members practicing nationwide and has established a strict code of ethics for the field. And whereas Aging Life Care Management is a holistic, client-centered approach to caring for older adults or others facing ongoing health challenges. And whereas Aging Life Care Managers provide guidance and resources to ensure quality care so that their clients balance safety, independence, and well-being. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of May 2023 to be Aging Life Care Month in Pima County, and encourages our citizens to learn more about the field of aging life care management and consider what support they may need to achieve their aging goals. Passed and adopted this second day of May 2023. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Not really, but thank you so much. This is amazing. We appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in your group want to say anything? All right. Thank you all very much. Congratulations.
Thank
Oh, and
you.
they're going to want to. No. It's the norm.
Item 6 is a presentation of proclamation to Heath Vescovi-Giordi, Director, Economic Development, proclaiming the week of May 8th through May 12th, 2023 to be Economic Development Week. I'll move the item. Second. Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. And this is Supervisor Scott?
Oh, it is.
Okay.
Hey, buddy. How are you? Thank you for being with us today, Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi. Whereas the International Economic Development Council is the largest professional organization dedicated to serving economic developers, and whereas the Council provides leadership and excellence in economic development for communities, members, and partners through conferences, training courses, advisory services, research, in-depth publications, public policy advocacy, and initiatives such as the Accredited Economic Development Organization Program, the Certified Economic Developer Designation, and the Entrepreneurship Development Professional. And whereas economic developers promote economic well-being and quality of life for their communities by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. And whereas economic developers stimulate and incubate entrepreneurism in order to help establish the next generation of new businesses, which is the hallmark of the American economy. And whereas economic developers are engaged in a wide variety of settings, including rural, urban, local, state, provincial, and federal governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, universities, and a variety of other institutions. And whereas economic developers attract and retain high-quality jobs, develop vibrant communities, and improve the quality of life in their regions, and whereas economic developers work in Pima County within the state of Arizona, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 8 through May 12, 2023 to be Economic Development Week, and reminds individuals of the importance of this community celebration, which supports expanding career opportunities and making lives better, passed and adopted this second day of May 2023. Congratulations, sir. Want to say a few words?
I will keep this very brief, but thank you, everybody here. Number one, to the policymakers for the support in economic development, our support from county admin, from the community, and as well as my economic development colleagues, of which I have many here today supporting. So if you guys don't mind, I'd like to see you guys stand really quick just so we can say hi and thank you all. Wonderful. Thank you all again very much.
You all should come up for a group picture. You're all here. That would be nice. Come on. Can you, please? Thanks. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. You're all here.
Brad, the greatest CEO.
Hey. Thank you. Thank you to all of our community partners for coming and supporting that proclamation. Next, we have presentation of a proclamation to Terry Majowski, Chair of the Pima County Historical Commission, Tucson Pima County Historical Commission, and Ian Milliken, a Pima County Cultural Resources Manager, proclaiming the month of May 2023 to be National Historic Preservation Month. I'll go ahead and move the item. Second. Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And are Terry and Ian here? There you are. Okay, I'll be right down. Terry. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the invitation to you. Thank you. All right. Okay. Whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and to preserve the tangible places of local, state, and national heritage that have shaped us as a people. And whereas on October 15th, 1966, the National Historic Preservation Act was signed into law by President Lyndon B. Johnson, establishing the National Register of Historic Places. And whereas the National Register of Historic Places is an official list of locations worthy of preservation because they are significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture, and are present in districts, sites, buildings, structures, and objects that possess integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. Whereas the Pima County has adopted the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan with the goal of preserving the natural, cultural heritage of our region while accommodating growth and development. Whereas Pima County is a certified local government under the National Historic Preservation Act and continues its commitment to historic preservation through ongoing historic and archaeological site surveys, the nomination of significant cultural resources to the state and national registers of historic places, and the protection of its heritage and places. And whereas the National Trust for Historic Preservation established May as National Historic Preservation Month in 1973, 50 years ago, to promote historic places in purpose of instilling national and community pride, promoting heritage tourism, and showing the social and economic benefits of historic preservation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of May 2023 to be National Historic Preservation Month, passed and adopted this second day of May 2023. Congratulations. Thank you. Do you want to say a few words? Sure, go ahead. Oh, thank you.
So I'm not sure who I'm supposed to, well, I'll speak to the board here, but I'm speaking to all of you as well.
Just be sure to thank the Academy first.
So, sorry, this won't be long. I'm sorry. I wanted to thank the board and county administration for their continued support and ongoing support of historic preservation for all these years. The Historical Commission has been around since 1974 officially, so we're going to be celebrating a birthday pretty soon, a big one. And we're very fortunate that the Board of Supervisors has policies that protect cultural and historical sites so overtly and so strongly. And I was involved many years ago with the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan. I'd never been on a committee with 75 people, but it turned out to be a very useful document for planning the future and protecting the natural and cultural landscape. And I wanted to just briefly recognize we have two commissioners that are here, Carol Griffith and Ken Scoville. Would you stand up? And thank you for being here. And again, thank you for everything that you do for preservation in the community.
Yeah, thank you. Do you guys want to come up and take a picture? Come on. You too, Linda. Come on. Yeah.
I just wanted to say that Pima County has been a leader nationally, and it's recognized nationally as being one of the most progressive local governments for historic preservation in their cultural resources program. And it's really a testament of the former boards and this board for your ongoing commitment to this endeavor, and it's outstanding, and I'm such a proud county employee, so thank you.
Thank you. So nice. Thank you.
Hi, Terry.
Okay. Now on to addendum item number 1. It is a presentation of proclamation to Dorothy Johnson and Jenny Zimmerman, Mount Lemmon Firewise team members, and Joe Gunia, Mount Lemmon Fire District Chief, proclaiming the day of Saturday, May 6, 2023 to be Wildfire Community Preparedness Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Supervisor Christie, I'm assuming, is voting yes too. Okay, great. So 5-0, and Supervisor Christie's ready.
Who gets to hold?
He gets home.
Oh, that's.
Well, this is a timely event with the Melina fire up on the Catalinas, so it just brings home the importance of what we're about to make as a proclamation today, and I'm very proud to have in my district leaders in this effort, and it's important that we maintain our diligence to prevent the wildfires that can devastate our natural resources and our tourist attractions like Summer Haven and Mount Lemmon. So Whereas the National Fire Protection Association has designated Saturday, May 6th, 2023 as Wildfire Community Preparedness Day in the United States, and whereas we recognize the residents, stakeholders, and neighborhoods throughout Pima County, and specifically the rural recreation zones of southeastern Pima County and the Mount Lemmon, Summer Haven areas, who engage in wildfire mitigation activities, and whereas courageous first responders, local officials, and others work together to create communities that are more resilient and safer from loss due to wildfires, and whereas we recognize that each of us can do our part to prepare for wildfire emergencies by taking steps to make effective changes to our landscapes and homes, and whereas we can take various steps to help ensure people have the necessary resources and knowledge to help protect themselves from wildfire losses, and whereas we encourage all residents to recognize the importance of wildfire prevention efforts and work together to enhance our readiness, and whereas we applaud the Mount Lemmon FireWise team, which was founded in 2004, for its efforts to keep its community safe. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, May 6, 2023, to be Wildfire Community Preparedness Day in Pima County, and encourages citizens and organizations throughout the community to take action to raise awareness and reduce wildfire risks, passed and adopted this second day of May 2023. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Christie, and thank you, Beth Borazon, who is your right-hand person. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for your support of this work. And special thanks to Joe Gunia, our Chief Mount Lemmon Fire District, who has been an anchor throughout the time that FireWise has been working on Mount Lemmon. You have no idea how actively engaged he is behind the scenes at all times. I want to thank all of the people who are busily firewising right now. We had an undeclared disaster in March with hundreds of trees down. That means there's masses of fuels all along the county easements, masses in Soldier Camp, along properties. My husband is today, at the moment, on his 5th day of firewising on just our property. And on Saturday morning, the whole community is gathering for a kickoff at 8 o'clock to try to get all the slash, that's the down branches, to chipper piles, where we hope we get a chipper coming on Monday, if they're not called away. But most importantly, I want to thank the FireWise team. We have a team of 35 people that support our work in Summer Haven and the whole of Mount Lemmon communities, so that's Soldier Camp and Willow Canyon. The lead is Sally Crum, who couldn't be here today, but she is a phenomenal agency coordinator, and basically the work we do involves county and Mount Lemmon Fire and National Forest Service. The team of 35 people includes neighborhood captains. We have divided our community into neighborhoods, and each one has 1 or 2 captains who are basically involved in educating and engaging the community. They do a survey each spring of the properties and identify areas that are particular hazards, and so that they can get people going in this active process. Obviously, I want to thank Mount Lemmon Fire District, County Forest Service. I want to give you a suggestion that for everybody, take a look at our Mount Lemmon FireWise community website, because wherever you are, I think you can probably use much of the information that we have there. To get there, go to the Mount Lemmon Fire District, that's mlfdaz.org website, and just click the FireWise button. It's FireWise Info, and you'll find our website, and there you'll find lots of really valuable information. And the first thing I suggest you do is, under Prepare Your Property, there's a video. You can protect your home from wildfire. Click on that, and it's a 12-minute video that can save your property, can save your cabin. It's just amazing. So use that. I'm excited to hear that apparently Green Valley and I think a couple other communities are starting Firewise programs. That is wonderful. Please feel free to use our website, as well as, of course, the National Firewise USA website. And again, as the supervisor mentioned at the very beginning, everybody can work to firewise your own property. It's really important. And again, start with that video. Everybody take a look at that video, because it can save, if it's a neighborhood fire, if it's a brush fire, if your property is well firewised, you're safe. If it isn't, it might be a problem. Thank you again so very much.
You're welcome. Joe, do you want?
Just want to say a quick thank you to all the partners, including the Malaman residents, Pima County, which helps us a lot, OEM, Shane Clark, the director. We work a lot with him, and then, of course, our deputies up there. We've got 2 resident deputies that run alongside with us on all these calls, whether they're fire or medical or anything else like that. And then DFFM, which is our state rep for the fire, who we operate underneath as a contractor. So, and of course, the board of supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's come over here for a picture.
Okay, thank you. And now we have a presentation of proclamation to April Ignacio, Elaine Gregg of Indivisible Tohono, Chucho Reese, Ana Harper Guerrero, and Javi Ramirez, Emerge Center Against Domestic Abuse, and Maria Molina, Pascuayaqui tribe, proclaiming the day of May 5th, Friday, May 5th, 2023, to be a day of awareness of the epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous people. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item passes unanimously. Thank you. We also have our county recorder, Gabriela Casares Kelly, here. Anyone who would like to come up for this proclamation, please. To come up to if you want them to. Okay. Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay. Whereas the Indian country and in Alaska, there is a crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people. The United States U.S. Department of Justice reports that in some tribal communities, the murder rate for Indigenous women is 10 times the national average. And whereas in the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention find that homicide is the 3rd leading cause of death for Indigenous women between the ages of 10 and 24, and the 5th leading cause of death for Indigenous women ages 25 to 34. And whereas the National Institute of Justice reports that more than 4 in 5 Indigenous women, 1.5 million women nationally, have experienced violence in their lifetimes, and more than 56% have been sexually assaulted. And whereas in Arizona is the home of 22 sovereign Native American tribes whose jurisdictions cover 27% of the state lands, and most of them were established before Arizona attained statehood in 1912. And whereas in 2017, the Urban Indian Institute, a tribal epidemiology center, began assessing the number and dynamics of cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in the city of Tucson, ranks 4th in these cases amongst the United States cities. Whereas Pima County joins with the federal government, the state of Arizona, and other jurisdictions striving to spur awareness of missing and murdered Indigenous persons, and has determined that an immediate and coordinated response to address this crisis is required. And whereas the United States Senate declared May 5th to be National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women in honor of Hannah Harris, a Northern Cheyenne tribe member in Montana who disappeared July 13, 2013, and whose sexually assaulted body was found 5 days later. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Friday, May 5th to be a day of awareness of the epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous people, passed and adopted the second day of May 2023. Did you want to say something?
And Madam Chair, if I could ask our photographer to get photos of all of these.
Do you mind if they come up?
No, that's right.
Can all those with photos please join us up here? Yes. We want to make sure you get the full scope of some of the women from the Tohono Nation who have lost their lives to violence. We want to thank and recognize the Pima County Board of Supervisors, Adelita Grijalva, for your support. This is the bare minimum. This is the bare minimum. A proclamation to address MMIW, MMIP is the bare minimum. But we're here, and we're so grateful that Pima County and the city of Tucson is recognizing this as a full-blown epidemic against Native American women and girls. And this is a long time coming, and we're so glad to be at this point. So don't take the harshness of my words as a criticism or a critique. It's just, this is the bare minimum, right? So we want to emphasize how important it is to the families, to our community, by acknowledging that Tucson is number 4 in the entire country for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We want to acknowledge that Tucson is finally taking some sort of responsibility by acknowledging, because without or not acknowledging is to perpetuate the violence that continues in our community. So thank you so much. I'm going to pass the mic over to Elaine, Greg, and I'm sorry, I didn't even introduce myself. April Ignacio, Nation. I am a co-founder of Indivisible Tohono. We are a grassroots community-based organization that focuses on federal and state legislation that impacts the Tohono Nation, and we also red flag for the all 22 tribes here in Arizona.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Elaine Gregg. I am an enrolled member of the Tohono Nation. I'm also Akmo Atam and Inupiaq. I'm also a member of Indivisible Tohono. First, I'd like to acknowledge all the advocates, the victims, and the survivors for pushing to make HB 2570 happen back in 2019. Everybody, also acknowledge everybody who drove and continues to drive miles to raise awareness for this epidemic. All the stories, all the stories of our loved ones that were shared in order for this kind of movement to happen. This is not an easy topic to speak about. I brought, as you can see, all these beautiful faces that were taken so harshly from our Tohono Nation. I brought 2 pictures with me that I want to definitely acknowledge. This one, I'm not sure where she is. Amaya Miguel, that was taken, that was murdered back in 2017 from the Navajo Nation. This little girl right here is my daughter. Her name is Ria Dene Almeida. In June 18, 2009, she was raped, killed, and found in a wash near my home. She was only 7 years old, so this is one of the most recent pictures that I'm sharing with you. One of the last pictures I took. There are many stories just similar to my daughter's stories. Voices and traumas that have gone unheard for far too long. This is a crisis for our people, a crisis that we live with. As April mentioned, Tucson is ranked number 4 in the nation for having cases on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We need your help. We need to fight this fight to protect our future, to protect our daughters, to protect my daughters. This is no longer about raising awareness. This is about making change. On behalf of my family and families who share this grief, we thank you for accepting and acknowledging this movement and look forward to seeing changes in our communities, in your communities, and on our tribal lands. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, yes, this is just the beginning. We need to solve this problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's not what we're saying. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for being here and for traveling so far and for sharing your stories. This was very powerful and really is a call to action for the city and the county. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have, next we have the presentation of proclamation to Janae Arenas. Actually, do we want to take a moment, if for those of you that came for this proclamation and others, if you want to take a couple moments to walk out, that would be fine. So we'll just take a brief 2-minute break. Thank you. Thank you. I do want to say that it was completely inappropriate for there to be any comment from the audience when we have a group of people here that have been traumatized by loss. And for you all to inject your political opinion into this moment was incredibly inappropriate. And sir, if you continue, I'm going to ask you to leave. This is not a back and forth exchange. Thank you. Can I ask that this gentleman be escorted out, please? That's the last warning, sir. That's the last warning. Thank you. I've asked you several times. That's enough. It is not appropriate. And you all have your 3 minutes during the call to the audience. It is not okay for you to inject your personal and political opinions when we have a group of people that have been traumatized. I'd like you to treat people the way you would like to be treated if you were in that position. Ma'am, one more time, and I'm going to ask you to leave. Thank you. Now we're going to move on. To The addendum number 3, presentation of proclamation to Janae Arenas, the chair of the Pima County Small Business Commission, proclaiming the week of April 30th through May 6th to be National Small Business Week in Pima County. And this, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Supervisor Christie. Aye, thank you.
Aye.
Okay, 5-0. Go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
I'll give you the proclamation. I'm speaking and then you're speaking. This is an especially important moment for me too because of my background. I come from the small business community, so it's especially worthwhile that we make this proclamation today in honor of all those small businesses and the small business community. Whereas Pima County recognizes and values the hard work, dedication, and entrepreneurial spirit of small businesses in the region, and whereas small businesses are the backbone of Pima County's economy, and whereas when we support small businesses, jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique culture, and whereas this country's 33.2 million small businesses create nearly 2 out of 3 net new jobs in our economy and spur economic growth in Pima County and throughout the country, and whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to entrepreneurs through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies, and whereas Pima County supports and joins in this national effort to help America's small businesses do what they do best, grow their businesses, create jobs, and ensure that our local communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims April 30th through May 6th, 2023 to be National Small Business Week in Pima County, passed and adopted the second day of May 2023. Congratulations.
Just to piggyback off what Supervisor Christie had just said, Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Janae Arenas, and I am the chair to the Small Business Commission. I'm also a small business owner here in Tucson. I am honored to stand before you today as we celebrate the Proclamation of Small Business Week. This week is dedicated to recognizing the vital role that small businesses play in our communities and our economy. As small business owners, we are the backbone of our local economies. We create jobs, provide valuable goods and services, and contribute to the growth and prosperity of our neighborhoods. We take risks, work hard, and innovate to meet the needs of our customers and adapt to changing markets. We also face unique challenges. We must navigate complex regulations, compete with larger corporations, and manage the ups and downs of the economy. That's why it's important that we have the support of our local and federal governments as well as our communities to help us thrive. So let us use this week to celebrate our successes, share our stories, and advocate for policies that support small businesses. And let us continue to work together to create a vibrant and thriving small business community that benefits us all. Thank you.
Thank you. I know, nice. So, and then the last proclamation on addendum item number 4 is a presentation of proclamation to Michelle St. Hilaire, or Hillary, MS Senior Program Director, Child and Family Resources, Inc., proclaiming the day of Friday, May 12th, 2023 to be Provider Appreciation Day in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item passes unanimously. Thank you.
I want to acknowledge my colleague from District 2, Supervisor Hines, because he added this to our agenda and asked me to read it since he is participating in this meeting virtually. Whereas Child Care Aware of America and other organizations nationwide are recognizing child care providers this month, and whereas child care provides a safe, nurturing place for the enrichment and development of millions of children nationwide and is a vital force in our economy, and whereas the pandemic illuminated how indispensable child care providers are for the well-being and economic security of Pima County's young children, families, and communities, and whereas child care programs, which are mostly small businesses run and staffed predominantly by women, are still recovering from health and financial hardships stemming from the pandemic while they have continued to meet the needs of families. And whereas Pima County recognizes that child care has been a lifeline for families, communities, and the economy, and as such has provided much needed support to providers to help sustain the viability of child care by creating the Pima Early Education Program scholarships. And whereas our future depends on the quality of the early experiences provided to children today, support for the high quality child care represents a worthy commitment to our children's future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Friday, May 12, 2023, to be Provider Appreciation Day in Pima County and encourages all residents in our community to recognize child care providers for their important work passed and adopted this second day of May 2023. Congratulations.
I'll say a few words. Thank you so much. Thank you to the board and to Supervisor Scott for recognizing Provider Appreciation Day. It is vital to our community and to economic development. I heard from several people today about, the importance of economic development and small businesses, and childcare does keep families and the communities thriving and growing. I have one of my staff here, Alicia Delgado. She's one of my community engagement specialists. We go out in the community and raise awareness about the services that our organization provides to support childcare providers and families in their search for childcare. It's called Childcare Resource and Referral, and anyone can call our childcare information line at 1-800-308-9000 if they're looking for childcare or have questions or even any concerns when it comes to providing childcare in this community. And just thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, I'm going to turn it over to our clerk, Ms. Manriquez, to let everyone know of the agenda adjustments.
Okay, we have a few amendments to the agenda. On page 3, item 11, update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. We will be going to that item immediately after this. On page 7, item 16, Pima Prospers 2025 Comprehensive Plan Update Public Participation Plan. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. If there's no objection, those are the amendments to the agenda.
Thank you. Okay. So now we're going to go on to update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. I'll go ahead and turn over to our Administrator Lesher.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Grijalva and members of the board, today's update is focusing on some of the wraparound services and housing, and Deputy County Administrator Holmes will take the lead on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair Grijalva, members of the governing board, Administrator Lesher. This memo specifically in this update focuses on what we're trying to do to address a few of the items that Supervisor Scott brought up a few months ago, right? Some of these updates. One of the questions that continued to be a theme as we were working with our Justice Service Department and with our judges and with all those that are involved, particularly in the criminal element of the work, was that the need to really minimize what we're referring to the time between when a person has initial hearing or initial appearance and the time that they actually go through a hearing, whether there are conditions of release. There are services that we believe, and this was a common theme, that we need some more warm handoffs after people are either prosecuted or in the midst of setting a hearing. That was a consistent theme around some of the systems that we felt we need to begin to address. As such, we began to explore what the current system is and how we can potentially put together some type of service model closer to the jail. We started off particularly at the Mission Annex, which used to be a detention complex right by the jail, and remodeled that particular area to move pretrial services and create a service area for some of our service providers. What we found out pretty quickly was that because of the nature of the distance, there was some concerns over the security and safety at that particular location. For this reason, we've decided it'd be better to procure a modular, what we're calling kind of a double wide, for lack of a better terminology, that's going to be sitting adjacent to the current pretrial building. Pretrial services currently sits outside of the jail facilities, and its function is as follows. This was about 3 years in the making. So what happens in pretrial, if there are misdemeanor types of crimes, much of the officers, what they do is they go to pretrial first and determine whether any type of release or any support system can be done there prior to actually them being put into the jail. What has happened as a result of those efforts, quite frankly, is the majority of people in the jail are there for felony arrests. We've shifted that particular balance of felony to misdemeanor arrest in the jail, currently sitting there closer to a 90-10 percentage, 90% being the felonies that are occurring, and then about 10% being some of the misdemeanor crimes. Some of the concerns, however, that have been raised is there are a lot of repeat misdemeanors that are happening. People being released, not showing up, what they refer to as FTAs, or failure to appear in court. A lot of issues associated with just people being rearrested from this kind of cycle of misdemeanor crimes. Our hope by putting this modular there, which is set to be up and running by mid-June at kind of the latest. We're looking at the beginning of June 5th, June 6th. However, with installations and some of that, it can be delayed, or it may be even sooner than that. But June is the time that we're looking at. And the idea is that we would have social service providers and navigators there that would navigate and be in the jail, meeting people that are leaving the jail facility, meeting people that are leaving pretrial, and connecting with services more immediately than what happens currently, right? And focusing more specifically on our misdemeanors. Right now, there is no real intervention effort in the misdemeanor space, right? And the felony, if you have a hearing, you may be released with conditions of release that you have to go through some type of treatment, but your hearing may be 3 or 4 months down the road, right? We're hoping to mitigate that timeline by offering services prior to that, so there's compliance with those conditions of release, because those are not in real time. So if a judge orders a condition of release, there's just a timeline before the hearing that those conditions need to be met. We're hoping that if we can get those conditions met earlier, that we can avoid people not showing up for their hearings, and then equally important in the misdemeanor space, that we can provide services that can stop the frequent issues of people not showing up for court, right? So some of the data that we're looking at capturing is looking at baseline data with failure to appears, and seeing if through this connection with services right away can mitigate that, and quite frankly mitigate recidivism, which is a problem as well, particularly in the misdemeanor space. Some of the initial data that we pulled show that people that are arrested with a misdemeanor and released, about 25% of them commit another crime within a month. Right, and so that's problematic, right? So if we're going to be able to, at least in the space that we have control over as a county, which is really providing some services, we figured that this could be a really nice model to try to get people connected, track the data, and hopefully begin to minimize some of these repeat offenders that are sitting currently in kind of no man's land. So that's kind of the focus. Supervisor Scott, I look at you because some of those issues that you had raised, we're really trying to figure out, where can we fill some of those gaps, right? And this is a gap that I believe we can fill. We looked at our ARPA dollars, reallocated about $1 million to standing up the modular, and we're looking at about a staffing of 4, what we're calling these peer navigators, with people who had justice involvement experience that can actually speak to the group of people that we want to be more compelling in getting the services, and then coupled with just making sure the service providers understand what we're trying to do there. Concurrently, which is not reflected in the memo, is we're in our partnership with the City of Tucson. City of Tucson is sometime this month, later this month, they'll be standing up what we call a community court. That's a new court, specialty court that was established by the City of Tucson to really deal with some of the misdemeanor offenses. And let me be real clear, because this gets confusing, so I'll make sure, just for those that are listening, the majority of misdemeanor offenses are not handled through our county attorney. They're handled through the City of Tucson and their attorneys there, right? Our county attorney handles more of the felony offenses or any misdemeanors that occur outside of the unincorporated areas of the county. So we're talking a lot of this population being City of Tucson folks that are being incarcerated in the jail or being released through misdemeanor crimes that we're really taking a focus on in this effort. I'm going to ask my colleague from that's working with us from both city and county, Amaris Vasquez, to speak just a little bit of the community court, and then I'll take some questions.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Tucson Community Court will serve as an additional tool available to law enforcement piloting in the 05 and 01 zip codes. Officers investigating eligible offenses in the identified zip codes will have the option to cite individuals directly into Tucson Community Court. We do know that the amount of touches for individuals to make sure that they're getting services is very important, so this actually makes kind of a step process along with what the county is doing. The court intends to send the message that all criminal behavior has an impact on the community safety and that there are consequences for breaking the law. Many individuals are cited for low-level nuisance crimes daily, and although the citation may seem to solve the issue at the moment, the underlying problem still remains. So this results in repeated arrests for sometimes the same crimes, with the same individuals over and over again. This program will focus on the justice system and on prevention and problem solving by using evidence-based practices to include assessing the participants' need and the risk of reoffending. The goal of the program is to improve local quality of life and work towards making justice visible, accessible, and proactive. Tucson Community Court will promote offender accountability by structuring a personalized program to address the root cause of criminal behavior. On-site peer navigators will assist participants with connecting to any needed services, and the Tucson Community Court will increase public safety through criminal justice and community collaboration. The court will encourage social justice service providers and criminal justice professionals to work together to strengthen and grow our community. It did have the start date of May 1. They will be going on Fridays after, I believe it's from 1:30 to 3:30. We did have some Tucson police and some court people invited. However, they did need to teach a class at the academy, so they couldn't be here, but we'll try to answer the questions that we can, and if I don't have the answer, I'll make sure I get it to you.
Thank you so much. Board members who have questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I had a question for our guests from the city and then a few questions for Mr. Holmes. Question for our guests from the city. We had a presentation a few meetings ago from Police Chief Kasmar in which he talked to us about his intent to make use of zone restrictions with repeat offenders in certain areas of the city. Will those zone restrictions be incorporated into the operations of community court, or is that just something that police officers are going to be implementing?
I believe that's still in the process of being worked out, but I will find the exact answer and get back to you on that one.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Just
Supervisor
to follow
Bronson.
up, zone restrictions. Explain to the public what that means.
Chair, you have Supervisor Bronson. So these are restrictions that are set by a police officer in conjunction with pretrial, and the restrictions are that individuals who have repeat issues with a particular neighborhood or a particular area are asked for restrictions, and it's usually a number of square miles within that particular area, so that the individual is told as a condition of their release that they cannot return to that area within whatever that distance is for a period of time.
So it's geographic.
It is geographic, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I have a tendency sometimes to throw jargon around. Thank you for defining it. Questions for Mr. Holmes? I'm referring to the memorandum that the board got from Ms. Lesher addressing 3 of the 4 motions that were passed unanimously by the board back in November. With regard to the first motion, motion 2, that deals with the mission annex, last sentence of that section says, while there are other target areas being explored for improvement within the justice system, we believe that targeting warm handoffs of social services for individuals being released from the jail is a viable strategy that can yield significant improvement. Consistent with the question that Supervisor Bronson just asked, I'm not familiar with what warm handoffs are, and also wanted to know what are some of the other target areas being explored for improvement within the justice system.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott. So the term warm handoff refers to having individuals who are going through the justice system actually being connected with somebody in person, right? And that's, right now, there are a lot of conditions that are placed on individuals, but then it's up to the individual to make phone calls and make contact with people. I think the idea of warm handoffs that at every place where there's an opportunity to connect a person with a person in real time is what warm handoffs means, and that seems to be a better process for making sure that people actually follow through with the expectations they have of the release.
And then what are some of the other target areas being explored for improvement?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, one of the big areas is this initial appearance IGA. I know our board will be receiving more updates on that. The initial appearance in and of itself and the information that people are receiving and how we deal with that is an important process. Within that particular area of the IGAs, they're looking at ways in which there are some what we refer to as electronic monitoring type of devices, which is one strategy. It's gotten mixed reviews with folks, but that is a common strategy in terms of release, making sure people are tracked and making sure they're not going into areas where they need to go. That's one of the areas. The other area which is just part of this, but not unique to the IGA, is trying to change when the initial appearances happen. Currently, there are 2 initial appearance dates in the jail every day. One sometime in the morning, one is later in the afternoon, closer to 7 p.m., 8 p.m. What we're trying to change is move that closer to 5 p.m. And here's why. If you have an initial appearance roughly at 7, 8 p.m. at night, and you're released, you're getting released by the time all the paperwork is done, you're getting released close to 8, 10, sometimes 11 p.m. There really is not an opportunity for people getting released at night to be connected to any individuals, right? And this idea of warm handoff becomes a moot point, right? If there's no one there to do a handoff with, and right? So the idea of, that's just another example. If we can move the initial appearance, and I believe a lot of our TPD officers are in support of that, because they're also, if they have to present evidence, are waiting around late at night and times where they need to be out, right, patrolling the streets. And so that's just a couple areas that we're looking at as well, and notwithstanding the fact that continue to work and mitigate the time between when people have their initial appearance really and when they have their hearing. That's a byproduct of the court system, but the longer those times happen, the more chance of people being rearrested happens.
It seems to me that a lot of the issues that you just touched on, Mr. Holmes, are being addressed by some of those working groups that have been established by Superior Court. Is that correct?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, that is correct.
Okay. So, and I know we're going to be getting their report around the beginning of the summer, I think, if I'm remembering what Judge Bergen said we could expect. Looking at motion number 3, the paragraph that begins with the purchase of the project, which has, and this is about the wraparound services and the work of justice navigators as described in the memorandum. It says the purpose of the project, which has already been successfully implemented in communities across, it says here county, but I think that meant to be country, works to identify and intervene with individuals who frequently cycle between arrest, jail, unstable housing, emergency medical services, and crisis systems. I'd really appreciate a written report to the board on some of the communities that we've looked at around the country and some of the examples that we've derived from them and the guidance that we've gotten from those examples. So if we could have that, that would be most helpful. And then later in that section, there's a reference to some complementary strategies, including the potential development of what's known as a consolidated warrant resolution center. I wanted to know what that was and who's looking into possibly the implementation of that strategy.
Sure, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott. The idea of a consolidated warrant center is really to try to, again, deal with some of those issues of what they call failure to appears, right? So a lot of these rearrests are people with warrants, right? Because they haven't appeared in court. Many times that just continues to stack up and stack up. And so the idea of a consolidated center is to really bringing judges along with whoever's supporting the prosecution end of things to come together and really deal with that more in a staffing model, right, where people are coming together and bringing the individual in, seeing what those needs are, but with the expectation that if there's a warrant resolution happening there, that there are expectations of the individual to get the treatment necessary, right? It happens already, but it's not consolidated. It really happens by it happens to be, we have one of our public defenders working in conjunction with the judge, and they work those individually, but we don't have a way to really monitor how that's happening much more in a consolidated effort. So this idea would be to try to continue iterate this transition center, the modular, into a place where we can kind of support all those efforts in one unique place.
So you're talking about formalizing operations that might be more informal right now into that warrant resolution center.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, that's correct.
The last question I had about that motion is from the last paragraph. It says data will be collected from defendants who meet with justice navigators and compared against those with similar charges who were released without intervention. Question I had is it optional if you're a defendant to meet with justice navigators?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, yes, it is. I mean, we're trying to create, and you've heard me refer to this make it more of a gift shop concept where people are shepherded through there and with the hopes that they actually receive services. But that it's all about getting compelling individuals hired that can get people, but these are all strictly volunteer efforts. And it's even in working with the courts, as we explored ways of making these mandatory, even with conditions of release, those mandatory types of expectations for individuals being released is not a one-to-one matchup, meaning they're not expected to go and get the services like that minute, right? It's just they're expected to go get them before they show up again for court. And so minimizing that is important, but mandating it in real time is not possible under the current restrictions that we have.
Thank you. And then Chair Grijalva, the final question I had is from motion number 4, which is when the board directed county administration to fully evaluate and report back to us on any options for reallocating unexpended ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan Act funds, to pay for any expenses associated with any of the items addressed in this motion. It says that Department of Justice Services will be working with grants management and innovation to identify additional grant resources that may be available for the long-term support of those efforts. Other than what GMI is doing, is there any other research into plans for long-term funding that are being looked at after our American Rescue Plan Act funds are exhausted?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I believe this to me needs to be something that's institutionalized in the work we do in this space as a county, quite frankly. And so I think to rely just on grants to do this is not really the vision that we have. I think if we institutionalize it, it becomes bigger than what it currently is right now, right? And so some of those models that you referenced earlier in other counties, they have centers devoted to this, which include housing, and it's bigger than that, and we envision this growing. And so this is the first iteration of this work. I still think looking for grants is what we need to continue to do. But after we get good data, I am anticipating our board will support this as something that we fund specifically out of general funds in the future, because it's going to be something that I believe is a necessity to deal with the issues that we know are front and center in our community.
And I think given the interjurisdictional work that is already going on and would be expected to be expanded, I think the board would also be interested in knowing if there were going to be contributions from other jurisdictions, especially the city, with regard to these operations.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I'll add to that. We're in these conversations as well, particularly with the community court that's being stood up, how we can coordinate the efforts of those two and align them. I believe there's already some natural alignment in that space. We need to just coordinate that, and there's a staffing in the city related to that, but we want to take advantage of those navigators that are part of community court to assist with us as well. And so that cost share, I think, is embedded in the thinking currently and how we're going to work together with community court.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Bronson.
Yes, and I thank you for mentioning that, Supervisor Scott. We need a fiscal note attached if we're going to spend general funds and how it affects property taxes. We're in a fiscal crisis nationally, and if this is going to raise property taxes, what's the return on investment? So I'd appreciate that info.
Any other, Supervisor Christie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, one of the issues that you raised that I find disturbing is that the individual that comes into the module for the services is not required or mandated to take the steps right then and there to enter, be it a rehab or a home or something like that. I think that's the problem. Should they not be taken at that moment when they say, I will go into this facility, that they are in fact taken to that facility right then and there?
So, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, that is the intent. We don't control the mandates that the judges have place on them. That's the biggest concern in terms of just the distance between that. I agree. We really want people to take advantage of that, but we don't have the jurisdictional oversight to control what the judges mandate. And then, quite frankly, once they're released, it will require someone to follow up and rearrest if they don't take those. And right now, that's not the current design of our justice system.
Madam Chair, but again, I think that's the essential key ingredient for this to be successful, is that the individual is taken right away that moment to the facility for whatever he or she chooses. My second question, Madam Chair, are you still working with the Crime Free Coalition on this and meeting with them regularly to go over all of the developments since this project has started?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, yes, we meet weekly with them and have these discussions frequently.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Administrator Lesher.
Sorry, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, it's one of the issues we've been looking at. One of the concerns is many of these programs are pre-trial. So if you will, they're not convicted of a crime yet, and so there's no ability to hold the individuals at that time. That's why people coming to the table and looking at the issue include the courts as well as the enforcement officers to see how we close some of those gaps.
Deputy Administrator Holmes, what community groups are you meeting with and nonprofits that are part of this work? And if you don't have a comprehensive list, you can send it to us. But I think that that's important too, because our community partners are receiving funding, either grant funds or from the county directly or the city to provide resources.
Chair Grijalva, I'll just name a few specifically that work in the nonprofit space. We've been meeting with Community Bridges just to figure out how we can take advantage of some of those resources. La Frontera continues to be at the table having discussions about what their role is on this. More recently, we've been exploring the role of CRC. As I mentioned the last meeting, the three systems.
Define the acronym.
Sorry. Crisis Response Center. These, I apologize. We get so mired in these acronyms. Crisis Response Center currently sits behind our Banner South location. It plays a critical role in dealing with individuals who are having mental health issues and crisis response to substance abuse as well. They do a really great job, but they're short-term locations, right? And so we're hoping as this evolves in these iterations, they become a key player in this space for us, particularly as we look at the funding mechanism in the health care center. I think it's incumbent upon us to really, really make sure that those things are set up and ready. I think to Supervisor Christie's point, I mean, if we had a compelling individual to hand them off to, there is still the insurance requirements, all these places, things that we don't want to be detriments to getting those services right away. And so we want to make sure some of these entities that are key in this space understand kind of our role and are working with us to make sure they're fast tracking a lot of those procedures, right, that can be barriers to receiving the services necessary.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that you're working with the courts to try to time the release times, because I think that that's been one of the biggest concerns from neighborhoods that are in the surrounding area of the jail, is that the release times happen 24/7. And so, all of a sudden you just have people that are walking around the neighborhood because there aren't any resources available at that time. I think that that's going to be critically important, and understanding that we don't have any direct oversight over the courts. And I think that our system is set up that way, right? So I think it's important that we can provide we can ask for requests, but ultimately the biggest issue here, as it's been discussed today, is the role of the courts and what they can. I mean, they also have some legal restrictions as well. And so when we're talking about pretrial services and the fact that people have not been convicted of a crime, we can't compel. That was one of the questions that I had when we were talking about plans and what we were going to do. It's like, what is the incentive for someone to participate when they have not been convicted? Once they've been convicted, you can say, now you're mandated to go through treatment or these services or those services. But before then, that's one of the issues that we're dealing with. Yes. Did you want to respond?
Just to that point, I think we've been talking a lot about the people coming in and out that are released very quickly, which makes up the bulk of numbers, right? I want to make sure that everyone understands. We also want to make sure that we have people navigating within the jail itself for people that are there longer term. Quite frankly, that's easier to set those processes up because there's more time to connect them with individuals. So once they're released, someone from those social service providers actually picks them up there, right? We've got the model in place with our Invest team that currently is doing that work and getting people services coming right out of jail along with housing. So how can we scale that up with some of the people that we currently are looking to hire and begin to not reinvent the wheel, but try to scale processes and practices that we know have been somewhat effective, right? And I say somewhat because we don't have long-term data on this, but we have processes that are in play where people are going into the jail and working with individuals prior to the release for those that are long-term. Equally important, we also are looking and working with have been partnering with Department of Transportation to also get duplicate licenses, because one of the barriers there is people don't have IDs. Right. And so at least if we can work on duplicate licenses for those that are sitting in jail, and then a process by which people can actually apply there in the modular, that's a longer term strategy. But then there's a compelling reason for people to come back for services. Right. And they may not take it up there, but if they have to come pick up an ID in 2 weeks, right, then, likeliness is we got another touch point there.
Any other questions or comments?
No, Madam Chair,
Okay.
but I had the same questions you did. And the challenge here is with the courts.
It is. And also, if everyone were to say, yes, I want to go into services, do we have the capacity to be able to provide all of those services at the same time? And that's one of the other challenges that we have as a community. And you'll be providing the same sort of update at the city council meeting? Is that correct, Ms. Vasquez or Deputy Administrator Holmes?
Yes, so the council meeting will actually be the last meeting of the month.
Okay.
So we'll get that information.
Yeah, because I know that was one of the disconnects and like, how are the courts working? So I'm really glad to hear that the city of Tucson is going to be, have this Tucson Community Court, because I do think that was one of the critical pieces that was missing. So.
Chair Grall.
Yeah, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Consistent with questions that have come from all four of us, I think when those Superior Court working groups are ready to make their reports, that they need to make reports not just to the Board of Supervisors, but also to Mayor and Council.
Oh, thank you very much for the Kate, did you want to add anything? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it. Okay. So, do we need a break at all, or we want to continue on? Okay. So we're going to move on to call to the audience. And then as a reminder, we do have an item that is time certain, item 16 at 11. And so we'll go ahead and start. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board, may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, similar demonstration shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. And I do want to say there was a column that came out in the paper talking about some of, the activities that are happening here in this room. And yes, last board meeting was the first time that I'd ever experienced someone from the audience coming up during the meeting to try to engage one of the supervisors. And that cannot happen. And also we had apparently somebody that spoke at call to the audience that was questioned about their position later on outside of the room, and we had another supervisor have to intervene along with security. That is also unacceptable behavior. I think that it's important that if you would like the respect that I believe each of you believes you are owed to be able to speak at call to the audience, that you shouldn't be interrupted. Regardless of whether we agree with your positions or not, I agree with that fundamental premise. I do think that it is critically important that everyone feel welcome to be able to speak for their 3 minutes here at the call and not be interrupted or accosted afterwards because of their opinions or beliefs. So with that, I'll go ahead and start. We have Dora Rodriguez, Chair of Humane Borders, and Gail Kokrick, and then Corey Stevens. So if you all want to come up, these seats are here for you. So I'll call you up in groups of 3. You can come and wait there if you'd like. So Dora is here, correct? Okay. If you want to go ahead. And then everyone has 3 minutes.
Hold that microphone.
Yeah, you want to pull the microphone around?
Good morning, Madam. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Dora Rodriguez, and I am the chair of the nonprofit organization Humane Borders. And we have been providing humanitarian services in our borderlands for the past 23 years. I am also a survivor. I am a migrant where in 1980, 13 of my brothers and sisters died in the desert for lack of water in the heat of summer 1980. So now I am, my mission is to save lives. It doesn't matter who you are, who you believe, what side of the aisle are you in. What it matters is that we save one life at a time. This can be change for us in our country, in our area, if we chose to come with the heart of humanity and save lives. So thank you for your time and thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail?
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Gail Kosterbeck, and I'm with Tucson Samaritans. Just a little history. My father was a Pearl Harbor survivor, and he was also with Humane Borders when they started. And so I was brought up to try to save people. I was brought up not to judge, that was God's job, that we were here to try to save lives. And that's what I've made my mission for the last 9 years. And I have met a lot of people that you would be surprised, I was surprised when I found out they supported what we do. When I was down, I'm down along the border quite often. I talk to a lot of Border Patrol, and more than one of them have said to me, are you still putting out water? Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'd much rather find a live person than a dead one. And a couple of them have told me that when you find a body, you never get over it. Please keep putting out the water. I've had ranchers tell me, thank you for what you do. I've had the port director say, hey, I don't agree. I think you're misguided, but please keep putting out the water. It's a theme that you get from everybody that is in the desert. I don't judge. When I drive up to somebody, I don't say, what are your politics? I don't say, where are you from? Do you need water? I give them water. That's the first thing you do in the desert. And that's just, I think, a moral thing. You have to be taught to hate, and I think it's important that we try to save people, and there's other people that could make the laws and enforce them and do whatever. But in the meantime, we want to save as many people as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Stevens? Yes, thank you. And then after Corey, we have Steve Aselny, Dinah Beard, and Jim McFadden.
Good morning, Corey Stevens, District 2. No thank you, Matt Hines. There are those of you on the board and in the media who have called into question the need or relevance of call to the public, as some have voiced it to be a waste of time. I think it has more to do with the uncomfortable nature of being held accountable for your actions. I'll point to 1964 New York Times versus Sullivan, 376 U.S. 254, which was a landmark Supreme Court decision holding that First Amendment freedom of speech protections limit the ability of public officials to sue for defamation. The Supreme Court, in an opinion written by Justice Brennan, wrote, against the background of profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. The court, in a unanimous 9-0 decision, established that statements under such circumstances involving a public official plaintiff must be false and made with actual malice, that is, with reckless disregard of whether it was false or not, upending the common law tort rule that the court placed the burden of proof on the public official plaintiff, stating that the plaintiff must demonstrate actual malice with convincing clarity, which the constitutional standard demands. The court argued that the common law standard would result in rule compelling the critic of the official conduct guaranteed truth of all factual assertions and do so on pain of libel judgments virtually unlimited. The amount leads to self-censorship. Instead, the court put into place a more rigorous standard necessary for sustaining the maintenance of the opportunity for free political discussion, a fundamental principle of our constitutional system that is essential to the security of the republic. In short, it is within our constitutional rights that we stand before you to hold you accountable as we, the people you serve, to do what is in our best interests. It is constitutionally within our rights to stand before you. It is Supreme Court law. It was ruled by the Supreme Court that we get to stand here and judge you. You may not like it. It will be uncomfortable, but that's why we're here. So be it as it may. We're not going away. And here we are. Matt Hines created the beast, and we're not going away. It's going to be uncomfortable. Sorry.
Thank you. Steve Selvey?
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Steve Selvey. Can you hear me? I'd like to talk to you, speak about addendum item number 7, which is in reference to Dr. Francisco Garcia's recent participation in the U.S. Senate subcommittee hearing on the southern border situation and the ending of Title 42 and what that will entail as far as Pima County's concerns. I'm looking at the Dr. Garcia's testimony, and it appears that this would have been a great opportunity to focus on letting the Senate hear, our federal government hear, about the root cause of the problem and demand that they secure the border. One of the co-chairs of that happened to be our Senator Kirsten Sinema. So great, a perfect audience to let hear about that. But as I look at the testimony that was given, that seemed to be the focus wasn't on demanding that the border be secured, which is really the root cause of this problem. The approach seemed to be to ask for funding from the federal government to deal with the problem. So I'm going to let you know, I know somebody who's currently working as a Border Patrol agent, somebody who's recently retired as a Border Patrol agent. They've both told me that, it sounds like it's humane to be asking for money to provide housing and other enticements, free transportation anywhere in the country. But they're telling me that by providing enticements, we're actually not being humane. It's a very inhumane thing because our border, let's face it, is controlled by the cartels right now. And the cartels are some of the most inhumane individuals that we can find anywhere. Every migrant who goes across the border must pay the cartels, and I'm told the going rate right now is $2,000. You don't pay it, not only is there a death sentence for that person, their family members are at risk as well. And I've heard stories about in one situation, the Border Patrol was chasing a group of people, and the coyote threw a baby out on the ground in front of their vehicle to try to so that they would stop. They had to stop, get the baby. They could have easily run over the baby. There was another little 8-year-old girl that acknowledged that she was gang raped. They found DNA from like a dozen different men on her. This is the humanity that we're creating when we provide enticements. I mean, I feel badly for this group of indigenous people that were up here with their loss of loved ones. How many of those people would be alive today if they didn't have to deal with the border that was controlled by the cartels?
Thank you. Dinah Bairds?
Madam Chair, Jim McFadden.
I'm sorry, Jim, it was Dinah and then you.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, it was Dinah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then that's okay. And then you're right after. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Grijalva, other board members, and Administrator Leshy. Thank you for your support of Humane Borders throughout the years. I have been with the organization since 2003. The county has been with the organization since 2001. And since 2001, we have held permits from a number of federal agencies, including the National Park Service, Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We have an agreement with the City of Tucson. I want to make it really clear that our ethic from the start was to follow all laws, all rules and regulations, federal, state, and local. We do not encourage or facilitate people crossing the border. We do not transport people. All we do is put out legally permitted, literally permitted water, and when we have opportunities, we have proactively attempted to discourage people from crossing the border because we know it is dangerous. We understand that people are violating the law, but no law in this country has made that violation punishable by death. and every major religious faith seeks to preserve life when possible. Yesterday, I noticed that a strong advocate for border security, who I'm sure many of people in this room are familiar with, was interviewed on KAGA 9. Jim Chilton, who's a longtime rancher, his father was also a rancher, immediately at the border. He has very strong views about border security and has testified a number of times in front of congressional committees in favor of strong border security. And indeed, that's what he talked about during much of the interview, that about the Border Patrol has told him that about 20% of the people crossing are drug smugglers, et cetera, and advocating for much stronger border security. But, he said, nobody needs to die in the desert, even if they're a drug packer. It's awful. I've had probably 35 people die on the ranch. He pipes water to 29 drinking fountains on his ranch. And he concluded by saying it's a humanitarian crisis. That's what we're trying to address, admittedly not fixing immigration, just trying to prevent lives. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. McFadden.
Madam Chair, fellow board members present, and remote Supervisor Heinz. I'm going to go off script for a second. Supervisor Heinz, after your rambling manifesto of last board meeting, I want to clarify something first, okay? I am not a white supremacist. Yes, I'm white, but I'm a white patriot. You may not know what that means. You have brought this whole thing on yourself and you don't realize it. I'm done. Let me go on to what I want to say. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Christie for getting addenda item number 7 on this agenda. I'm going to pen to my colleague Steve Salvi and what he stated regarding addenda 7, and I will quote some of the quotes from Dr. Garcia. In his opening statement, he states that the 2019 Catholic Community Services asked the city of Tucson and Pima County for assistance setting up temporary shelter for people seeking asylum. He goes on to say, which is very interesting, that he thought this was only a temporary solution of a couple months. As he said here at the time, he thought it was temporary and county's involvement would not last but just for a few months or two. Well, here we are 4 years later, folks. We're still feeding the coffer from the federal government into your pocket so you can help and aid the asylum. Here we are, as he said, since 2019, Homeland Security has brought to Tucson and released more than 150,000 individuals seeking asylum from dozens of countries. In December, county and community assistance was stressed to the breaking point with 15,000 releases. Homeland Security agencies have been signaled that they should expect twice that number per month after Title 42 ends, May 11th. If that happens, we will be overwhelmed. There will be hundreds of people. Well, skipping on real quick, the time runs out. You've got county procurement staff that are working on contracts for that should be working on contracts for local business and services, are spending large amounts of time securing and managing contracts for asylum care. County grant management staff who should be securing funding for county program services are spending more hours a week on a constant hunt for federal funding to ensure we can continue to afford $1 million a month it costs to provide the sheltering service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anastasia Satakis, Jim Locks, and Rafael Polo.
Yeah.
Good morning, governing board members. Rex Scott, you didn't save the day. Let's just make that clear. As I mentioned in a prior board meeting regarding the chemical spill on February 14th, 2023, I warned you of many consequences regarding this matter, and upon reading the action and hot wash, I was appalled at the flip attitude taken by the Emergency Management Director, Shane Clark. This indicated to me that there was no concern or care for the residents of the emergency crews on site or how this chemical would affect them. After reading the memos and reports from March and April, I was even more upset at the lack of information related to the incident. Please note that I and thousands of people in the community are anxiously awaiting the results of the purported after-action report, and in attachment 1, it was indicated that no lives were lost and no injuries directly related to the hazardous material spill or the plume had happened. I beg to differ. Where are the medical reports of those who were affected from being inches and only a few feet from the semi? How many of the first responders went to the hospital with difficulties breathing, burning eyes, skin rashes? That is missing on the report, and we demand answers. Also missing from the report is the interview with the trucking company owners, managers, and shipping log information about what was really on that semi. When will they be taken to task? In addition to that information, I demand to know why there was no label on the back of the side or the side of the semi indicating that there was in fact a hazardous chemical on that truck. The claim was made in the reports that there was no danger, yet the need for remediation and evacuation was necessary. Again, this critical information is lacking and we demand answers. I will share with all of you today, because I know he won't, tell everybody here, upon further investigation over the last couple of months, and subsequently, I got information from a friend of mine a couple weeks ago that the driver of the semi was drunk to the tune of 4 times the legal limit. 4 times the legal limit. That was not included in his report, and I guarantee you he better answer to that today. This is outrageous and unacceptable. He wouldn't direct that information to you, but I will. This is shameful, and you, sir, Mr. Clark, are a disgrace to this department and agency. Your flip, careless, whatever attitude on this matter is disgusting. Not to mention that mistakes were made and we'll do better. Excuse doesn't fly with me, nor does it fly with the residents of this community. Your lack of detail and honesty leaves something to be desired, and you should resign if you cannot do your job properly. I would think that after 3 months, your report would be more comprehensive, but it's not, and you think this will go away. You are sorely mistaken, as are all of you. The public was exposed. I was exposed and can only imagine how those working on the site felt or were affected. You need to step up, all of you, and speak out.
Tim Locke? Then followed by Rafael Polo, Robert Royce, and Roger Score.
Can I have about a 10-second deviation to acknowledge the 2 gentlemen here that are here to protect you? And they're underpaid, do a great job. Thank you very much, both of you. Good morning, my name is Tim Locks. I wanted to start speaking in a little mini-series about the Democratic Party being a party of slavery, Jim Crow laws, Confederate flag, and segregation. However, this matter with Supervisor Hines remains unresolved. Matt Hines, I know you saw many of us leave the supervisor meeting last week during your rebuttals. Let me tell you why. Because we simply don't respect you. Respect is earned, not inherently given to someone. Even in military basic training, we learned that when we salute an officer, we salute the emblem, not the person. Boy, I lost my place here. I respect the seat you sit in, but not you. After suggesting that anti-vaxxers are murderers and those who challenge the cruise issue as being homophobes, it's quite clear you refuse to understand what the real issue is, so I'll educate you. You know, Democrats do this. They will not acknowledge wrongdoing, and they will not apologize for it. If she were alive, even Helen Keller could see what's going on here. Since the cruise event, I've not heard one person criticize that you are gay. Nobody cares about your personal lifestyle. Personally, I don't care what you're into. Your lifestyle is between you and God. He ultimately is the one who will judge you. Until that time, and as long as you sit in that seat, you answer to us. When I worked, I was free to engage in pretty much any behavior I wanted, so long as inside and outside the offices, my behavior did not bring discredit upon my employer. Had I engaged in behavior that brought discredit to my employer, I could have been immediately terminated. But not here. Even Adelita won't enforce the policies that have been adopted by this very board. The truth be told is that you, sir, and the rest of the LGBTQ XYZ blah 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 community are being used by the deep state for your agenda and to create dissonance in our culture. I'm your employer, Dr. Hines, and what happened was embarrassing to Pima County, many people behind me, and to me personally. Apparently, you either are in denial or simply don't care. I suggest the latter. I demand an apology and/or a resignation. Stand up and do the right thing. You're on the wrong side of this. A word to the wise, Matt. Don't waste your time running again for this seat. You will be soundly defeated. So please, cut the crap, Matt. Cut it. Now you can see it. Right here. Cut the crap. Thank you.
Rafael Polo.
Thank you. Any veterans here today? Please stand for a moment so you can be recognized. Remain standing, please. Any first responders now or in the past on board? Please stand. Remain standing for a minute. These are the people that put their lives on the line for the country and for you. They're the ones that have seen horrific events that you did not have to see. They're the ones that might have been wounded, lost friends in battle, or now suffer from PTSD. They did this voluntarily for the defense of the country so that we can live free. This group here represents hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of veterans and first responders throughout the United States of America. Thank you. Please be seated. The funds that should be going to these brave warriors, right here, we have two of them in uniform today, instead go to illegal immigrants. They crossed the border from 168 different countries, and they're not vetted. There's no need to take a COVID shot. They get free shelter, Uber rides, food, clothing, free tuition at our colleges and university, free health care, while many of our younger veterans and first responders are homeless, suffering from depression, and often commit suicide. I ask you, is that right? Of course it isn't. Let's start here at the Board of Supervisors. Let's take care of our vets and first responders. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Royce. And then Robert Royce, and then Roger Score, and we're going to take a quick 5-minute break before our time certain item at 11.
I just have a little housekeeping today. I missed last week's meeting. I had to go to the city council meeting that evening. I mean, the last meeting, not last week's meeting. And I had these things in the mail paid for by our electric company, which is owned by a Canadian holding company, and our mayor is doing front work for a really bad franchise agreement. In my opinion, if they really cared about green energy, then they would be paying appropriately for the electricity being generated on people's roofs instead of paying half what they charge. So it's a bad deal. I'm asking everyone to vote against it. I haven't found anybody outside of the Tucson city government who's confessed to voting for it, so I expect it's going to go down like a rock. But everyone, please vote no on this franchise agreement so we can negotiate a better one with our foreign holding company that wants to put the squeeze on us for our electricity. And finally, I've got some presentations this year. I'm on my 6th or 7th reading of Claude Bauer's seminal book, Jefferson and Hamilton, The Struggle for Democracy in America. I'm going to condense this down to a couple of presentations, the first of which will be a most unflattering look at our first political party, the Federalist Party. And we're going to see Mr. Jefferson and Mr. Madison going off on their horses for a month together. And when they come back, they formed our second political party, which is evolved or devolved into what we're looking at here mostly. And I will explain what principles it was founded on. And I'm also going to do a full reading of the third paragraph to continue my coverage of the first inaugural address and a couple other things this year. I will be articulating my evolving attitude towards what's going on the border and immigration in this country, and also a pretty unflattering look at the American healthcare system as it exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Spore.
Board Chairwoman Grove, I come here today to bring attention to that rag hanging out in the hallway there known as the Mexican flag. But before then, I'd like to remind the chairman of your abuse of power here. How would you like to be a school teacher and have sheriffs in the classroom? I would love to have this security for our schools. You think you're more important than our children. That is sickening. People can walk into a schoolroom and shoot up the whole schoolroom, but you sit here with your power. Go get him, Sheriff. Kick him out. Kick him out. Now, the Indian Reservation people here, I know they got a problem. We got a huge problem. My wife supports Project 25, Kathleen Wynn's organization. Kathleen called me last week and said, Roger, your money this time I'm using to house a victim of sex trafficking. Is that okay? I go, I don't care. I never asked her, what race is she? Is she white, Indian, Hispanic? But yet you pull up one race. This is going through every race in Pima County. And it all starts at the border. That border is bringing in the sex trafficking, the fentanyl, and everything else that is killing our county. I served the U.S. government. That's where my military time was spent. I didn't see you clap once. The chairman of this committee for the veterans. I want that rag removed out of this hallway. The Mexican government is no friend to the United States of America. It's sending its military-age cartel over here to deal our kids fentanyl, to traffic those women. That's their problem down there. They blocked Border Patrol from going into the reservation. That rag got to be pulled down. It's not part of this country. It's not a reservation here. It's not our state. It's not a city, county, nothing. No part of America. We don't fly the German flag, the Chinese flag, the Russian flag. We got immigrants from all around the world here. We leave our flags where we came from, we learn the language, and we become Americans. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, restroom break, and then come back. Thanks.
Much, Chair Grijalva, and I will turn it over to our Development Service Director, Carla Blackwell, and Mark Holden from her team, who will be happy to share what the update on the report and answer any questions the board might have.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva and members of the Board of Supervisors. The public participation plan that's on the agenda today is the first step towards updating Pima Prospers, which is the comprehensive land use plan for Pima County. The plan update process will span over 18 months and will involve a lot of public participation and stakeholder input as we update the plan. A supplemental budget request has been submitted to help fund this effort, mostly to go towards the public outreach pieces, but also to help us with policy research from the University of Arizona. We will be relying mostly on county staff to help draft up the plan and update the plan, but the U of A will also be helping with the research and some of the policy. Mark Holden is our long-range planner, and he's going to be the project manager for Pima Prospers and take us through the 18-month journey, so he'll describe some of the details.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Chair Grijalva, members of the board, good morning. Just for some background, county comprehensive plans are the official planning policy and land use documents for coordinated land use, community infrastructure, conservation, and economic development for the current and anticipated needs that are in Arizona counties. As a policy document, the 2025 plan update will contain state-required comprehensive plan policy elements such as land use, transportation, water, energy, environment, and growth areas, as well as other elements related to land use such as housing, economic development, public safety, and health. As Carla mentioned, we will also be initiating an intergovernmental agreement with the Drachman Institute at the University of Arizona to help develop policies on some of the region's most current pressing issues. We will involve key stakeholders in the evaluation of these policies. May I have the next slide, please? So the comprehensive plan is also a land use document. All land within unincorporated Pima County is mapped with a land use designation that provides broad objectives for long-range land uses and densities that regulate rezonings and other discretionary land actions. The update may modify land use designations or the land use map with input from neighborhood groups. We'll also be accepting individual plan amendment requests from property owners to change their land use designations as part of the larger update process. Next slide, please. So the reason that you're here today is for the public participation plan. The plan will guide staff to provide effective, early, and continuous public participation in the plan update. We intend to hold public community meetings with the regional groups that you and your staffs have recommended. We will also hold issue-focused meetings with smaller groups and stakeholders, and be working with local jurisdictions who are also on a similar schedule to update their city or town general plans. We will also work with the communications department to develop a Pima Prospers website that will make all plan information available and provide a platform for providing comment. And the last slide, please. As Carla also mentioned, Pima Prospers will be in an approximately 18-month update. There is a more detailed schedule within the public participation plan. Currently, other county departments are reviewing and redlining their sections of the existing plan, and by this fall, we expect to hold a kickoff meeting and start community visits to collect public input. Comments from the public and other stakeholders will be collated, organized, and included in the draft final plan, which should be ready for review by summer of 2024. The draft plan is then sent to state agencies, surrounding counties, and local jurisdictions for a required 60-day review period. We expect the final plan update draft will be ready for the Planning and Zoning Commission review and board approval in the fall of 2024. Staff recommends the board approve the proposed public participation plan for Pima Prospers 2025 comprehensive plan update. We would like to thank the board and your staffs for your input and your advice to date, and look forward to your continued support.
Thank you. Administrator Lesher, did you want to add anything?
Simply to clear, again, Chair Grijalva and members of the board, this is a state requirement that we go through as the land use planning portion of this. We do this every 10 years. We can do it sooner, but we've been on the 10-year cycle. So it is simply, again, to respond to the state requirements and to continue moving it forward as a planning document.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Supervisor
Yes,
Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These all sound like reasonable, rational goals, but I'd like a fiscal note attached. What's it going to cost, and how are we going to pay for it?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I would just ask that in the public outreach process, that in particular to my district, District 4, that the Green Valley Council be included, the Southeast Regional Council be included, the Tanque Verde Valley Association be included, and the Mount Lemon Homeowners Association be included. It's imperative we get their input as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can you let me know how you're going to be reaching out to neighborhood associations and others? Because District 5 has 52 of them, and I don't want to list them all, but I just want to know that there's going to be some, blanket opportunities to reach out and get information.
Madam Chair, we've already talked with staff at your office about some of the groups that we'll speak to. We'll probably rely heavily on your staffs to give us contact information for people in different groups. Some of those groups we already have a relationship with. For instance, the Tucson Mountains Association, we do a lot of work with them. But we'll probably be relying heavily on your staff to give us the names of some important stakeholder or the people who manage those groups. And we'll probably spend most of this summer putting those groups together, doing initial contacts, and then scheduling the initial community meetings for the fall.
Thank you. And thank you both for coming and reaching out. I know that you did that with every supervisorial office, and it gave us an opportunity before this presentation to chime in. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right. Well,
I just wish them good luck.
Supervisor Bronson,
It's
I know.
gonna be, and don't forget the rural communities, but we've had that conversation.
All right. And so I'll go ahead and move the approval of the plan, the outreach plan. Yes.
Public outreach.
So I have a motion, a second. I think Supervisor Christie, you had their finger on it, but
Yeah,
you said it first. Right. So I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Christie. Any additional discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll go back to call to the audience. And I have Susan Kelly, Betsy Smith, and Ken Scoville.
Good morning, Chair Grijalva and supervisors. My name is Susan Kelly. I'm really glad I'm going before Betsy Smith. I decided it was important to follow the culture of the board in my dress manner after last time's meeting where Supervisor Hines accused us of being white supremacists for wearing Hawaiian shirts like he does. Do I look like a medical professional now? I'm not. So be careful how you judge people. I want to address the budget for the county. Your job is to balance the budgets and the needs across the county with the available monies. The community is suffering, as you know. All our costs are rising, and we have illegal immigration crises that we have to pay for. So far, we're not doing very well. I ask that you focus resources where they are needed while keeping the property tax rate the same or lower. I do appreciate that Ms. Lesher just recently released the draft budget for next year. Congratulations on the slight decrease of $172 million. After years of rising budgets, however, I think it's time for more significant cuts. One way to accomplish this, and it's painful to do, but is to reduce the bureaucracy at the county administration level. We have far too many employees in our administration. I know this is not popular, but every few years, every large organization needs to implement a 5 to 10% reduction in force. These RIFs are very difficult to do. I have done many of them, and they are very painful. But we're dealing with people, and they're very important not only to the budget, but also to the morale of the organization. If you do it from a performance perspective and you get rid of the people that are not performing at the level that is required for the job, you will improve the morale of the higher performers. We cannot keep growing our budgets and our expenses in a time of fiscal stress. Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy Smith?
Don't worry, allergies, not anything else. Hi, I'm Betsy Smith. I'm a Pima County resident, a precinct committeeman. I'm a retired police sergeant. I currently own a police training and consulting company. Just as an aside, Rex, if you want to know how to navigate justice, resolve warrants, or understand the bail system, I can help you with that. Give me a call. Here's the thing. I want to talk about the horrors of illegal immigration, but again, I've got to deviate because we learned about the horrors of Native American women and children who have been victimized. We had a resolution that somehow Tucson is responsible for what is happening on our reservations, and then we spent about 25 minutes talking about how to better help criminals navigate our system in Pima County than we did talk about victims of crime. Sharon, you and I love animals, and I know you're a compassionate person. I know every one of you is a compassionate person. And if what was happening to the women, and especially the children at our southern border, was happening to rescue dogs, for example, to those little kittens that we saw, we'd be horrified. We'd do anything we could to stop that. And yet, the selling of children, the mutilation of their bodies, the repeated rapes of women and children as they come over the border, partially in hopes of a better life, but especially because they are encouraged to come here because of the money that you all approve to bring them here. You are supporting this industrial immigration complex, if you want, and you are supporting the abuse of women and children. Dr. Hines, you're a doctor. You have seen in the emergency room the same thing I have seen. Young girls who will never have children, whose genitals have been so abused and mutilated that they will never be normal again. That is what you are all encouraging, all of you who vote to continue to support the policies of the Biden administration. Let's worry about our own people. Let's worry about the residents of Pima County, including our Native American women and children, and stop encouraging the horrific policies of illegal immigration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ken Fogle. And then followed by Dave Smith, Terry Burkholz, and Drew Heaton.
Okay. My name is Ken Scoville, Madam Chair and other members on the board. I'm here for an entirely different issue this morning, so maybe be a little break. Last Sunday, I published a letter in the editor. It was about the Pima Wash development, and I'd like to read that and then make a few other comments. And this is, again, the ongoing debate, and then I think it's finally passed planning and zoning with not in unanimous anyway, and the contentious issues are still involved. Developer wants to maximize profit, and the neighborhoods want retention of existing CR1 zoning. These are positions with no solution. Pima County should purchase at current zoning the northern land identified for apartments with a combination of funds from the flood-prone lands acquisition program and an in-kind donation from the developer for tax benefits. The neighborhood agrees to accept a larger number of single-family homes than the existing CR1 zoning would allow. And this is my suggestion and hope as thinking about it in a different way. Some of the land acquired by Pima County could become a recreation center and the existing building adaptively reused. Amenities could include pickleball courts, an exercise trail, and an accessible walking trail. Putting greens and chipping areas could be reinstated with water harvesting. The remaining land could be developed for low-income housing. Costs to improve road would not be necessary. The recreation facilities would be beneficial to existing and future residents of the area. Excuse me. And the other thing I just wanted to add, because I was here with the Historical Commission, that would obviously, the building and the purpose of it originally would certainly qualify for the National Register. It's not something we'd want to do today, of building golf courses and repairing habitats, but it would be a significant and would be a beneficial change and maybe possibly be more cost neutral than you think. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Dave Smith?
All right, as the chairman of the Pima County Republican Party, I want to first say that kudos to the county for the support we've been seeing working with this election cycle. I really want to point out Jane Carter from your recorder's office. She's been fantastic. And it's refreshing to see that kind of cooperation and help going on. And again, that's how we're supposed to run a government, right? Cooperative representative government. Also, I have a little idea when we talk about crime rates as a cop. You know, the ultimate metric for strategy dealing with crime is the crime rate itself, not how criminal. It's when you start digging into the root causes of criminality. I gotta just say you're going to end up going down another dead end. We're going to spend a lot of money on. The criminal is not the focus of the criminal justice system. The victim is. And that's why you try to prevent victims. This is why we punish. And by the way, I can, when I arrest a criminal, they haven't been convicted of anything, but their freedom is taken away. They can be forced to post bond or even kept in jail. There's all kinds of compulsive behaviors I can inhibit on them. And now the other point that is fascinating to me, reading Dr. Garcia's statement to the Senate, I was fascinated. He was talking about illegal immigration. Yeah, you know, again, you guys can use all the euphemisms you want, but it is illegal immigration. And in reading it, I thought back to something I read years and years ago. I've always been a student of these kind of things, and a guy named Garrett Hardin. You guys never heard of him. He was an ecologist. He was just very worried about our world, our society. And he wrote something called the lifeboat ethics. He said, you know, imagine you're on a lifeboat. It holds 60 people. You got 50 already and you saved, but 100 of them are coming to the boat. What are you going to do? That's Pima County. We have room for a little more, but not really. And you're going to save all 100? Because you're all going to drown then. We have limited resources. I keep hammering this, gang, you are to husband our resources. And what you say is compassion is absolutely not. As he talks about here, the ultimate humanitarian thing is to pull everyone on board and then you all drowned. And I'm going to submit these to you because I thought Garrett, he was not a leftist or a rightist. He was a ecologist, a scientist. And of course, when he died, he was labeled a supremacist and all these other things because he was simply against open borders. He was talking about managing your resources, managing your society effectively. So I'm going to give you a couple of his essays if you wish to share them. One of them is called The Tragedy of the Commons, which I would call downtown Tucson now. The Tragedy of the Commons. Don't let people homestead your commons. It belongs to all the people. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. If you wanted to, sir, staff is right over here. You can, the clerk's office, thank you. Terry Burkholz.
Hi, Terry Burkholz here, and I live in Green Valley. And I come before you this morning to ask several questions and to make several statements. I ask the unrepentant Max Hines and board attorneys to provide proof and answers to the questions which remain unanswered. You advise the board as to what is and is not legal, so this is wholly your responsibility. Compromising our laws and continuing to perpetuate this charade will symbolize your unwillingness to perform your duties to we, the people, and to the board. Subsequent negligence in lawfully advising this board as to their unlawful conduct will have serious consequences. Jan Lesher, what exactly have you learned since our last meeting about Matt Hines' GoFundMe page, which apparently was started with the intention to direct legal action at Shirley Reckard for her alleged slander of him? Was this the rapid shutdown of that campaign due to his being advised that attempting to confront her legally would necessitate discovery, which would ultimately reveal what he's been trying so desperately to hide? Furthermore, what has become of the Cabana Boy segment of the board's videotape? Was it permanently deleted, or is it still accessible somewhere? It seems to have been deleted. We, the people, demand and deserve to be represented in a couth and publicly moral manner by all board members. Hines, your former charge nurse, Kay Lombard, eloquently and succinctly reinforced the presumption that your pomposity, hubris, and hybris will prevent you from doing so. You've already stated that you will never apologize. If you or this board continue to refuse to provide proof of what has been asked of you by us, you need to resign. We, the people, are demanding this option at this juncture due to your lack of candor and dishonesty and your blatant disregard for the citizens of your district and your responsibility to this board. And I am very sorry that the board has not chosen to issue a written public apology to Ms. Reckard, since even children who've been taught decorum and proper manners from the importance of tendering an apology. We've been openly told not to expect one from Hines himself, but shame on you for not even considering this. Thank you.
Drew Heaton. Then after Ms. Heaton, Peter Norquist, Gisela Aaron, and Paul McCreary.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Drew Heaton. I apologize for my recent absence. I know I could have watched these proceedings online again, but comments made during the last meeting compelled me to stand before you today in person. As I have done before, I find it necessary once again to clarify the Hawaiian thing. The blood in my veins is multicultural and binational. I am a citizen of the United States of America and the illegally occupied Hawaiian Kingdom. I love and am loyal to each, just as I love and am loyal to my father and my mother. The first time I experienced the term cultural misappropriation, I was confused. A friend I knew from high school reached out to me and asked if it was inappropriate to give a lei as a gift, since she isn't of Hawaiian ancestry. I could hardly believe the question. I replied that I'm sure some Hawaiians would disapprove, but if they did, they didn't understand their history or their heritage. Aloha is the combination of two words. Alo is face, ha is breath. The traditional Hawaiian greeting is to press foreheads and nose together, pause, and share a breath. It is the expression of compassion and peace. Just as you wouldn't shout shalom, it's inappropriate to shout aloha. If Hawaiians do not know this or practice this, that is because they have accepted the indoctrination of the oppressor. They are likely ignorant. Ignorance in and of itself is not shameful. Humility requires each of us to admit ignorance of many things. Maturity requires that once we know better, we do better. So, Supervisor Hines, I sincerely hope you will not modify your wardrobe in the future. Only tyrants attempt to co-opt culture, and only fools accept the narrative. America is not divided by race, color, gender, or sexual orientation. America is divided into wise people and fools divide themselves by race, color, gender, or sexual orientation. No one can co-opt or misappropriate the Hawaiian thing by wearing a shirt or giving a lei. Aloha is as aloha does. In the 1960s, Auntie Pilahi Paki stated, "The world will turn to Hawaii as they search for world peace because Hawaii has the key, and that key is aloha." Mahalo nui loa, a me aloha kākou.
Thank you. Peter Norquist.
All right, good morning, supervisors. My name is Peter Norquist. In reviewing the Pima Prosper's 2025 comprehensive plan that was just discussed right before this, the public participation plan of which you just all voted 5-0 for, I noted that one of the listed presentation hosts is PEG, the Pima Association of Governments, on which I believe, Rex, you are the current vice chair. Although some aspects of the Pima Prosper's plan appear reasonable, it also has much of the troubling language that can be found in the recently passed Tucson Resilient Together plan, such as sustainability, greenhouse gas emission targets, and renewable energy, all justified by the deceptive climate change narrative. Like that plan, this plan will push for infrastructure changes like multi-use densification, costly and inefficient electric vehicles, and resource-intensive, unrecyclable, and environmentally damaging alternative energy sources such as solar and wind power. What concerns me is that these are all ICLEI concepts, a nonprofit private foundation dedicated to guiding officials toward making planning decisions that allegedly support sustainability, a code word for centralized control. Originally known as the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, today the group simply disguises itself as Local Governments for Sustainability. Their mission is to push local communities to place the environment and all sorts of infrastructure under increasingly restrictive regulation. Importantly, PEG is listed as a member of ICLEI, which is why I suspect they're involved in this plan. Pima County is therefore one of perhaps hundreds of counties across America in which ICLEI is being paid with tax dollars from local governments to implement and enforce sustainable development. I understand that ICLEI is there to assure that supervisors set appropriate goals, and climate change is the bait they use to encourage greater centralization and control. Some of the programs ICLEI provides municipalities include software, training workshops and retreats for elected officials on how to implement their programs, and notification, importantly, of relevant grant opportunities with severe strings attached. ICLEI recommends that the community hire a full-time sustainability manager. I know the city has one. That would be Fatima Luna. I'd be interested if you had one too, because they are tasked with devoting 100% of their time to assuring that every inch of local government is on message. They often coordinate visioning workshops, which use deceptive and infantilizing techniques to lead attendants to consensus, and I know this personally because I have friends who have been to these, so that they can claim that their plans have widespread community support. I note that you'll be working with subject matter experts at the U of A, and I'm concerned these tactics will be used also in part of the public participation plan. So I encourage full disclosure about this, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stella Aaron, followed by Paul McCreary, Shirley Ricard, and Lori Moore.
Aloha. My name is Gisela Aaron, and I live in Rita Ranch. Once again, you are sanctioning the use of election machines and devices that are still not certified by an accredited testing lab per ARS 16442B, nor by the Help America Vote Act of 2002. Basically, you allow the corruption of state and federal law and for the use of a city council election and Proposition 412 coming up. Why is TEP paying for this election? They will be getting a fat user fee through 11.8% through the Arizona Corporate Commission this September. Are you trying to get this one approved before voters find out? Are they? Consider the franchise agreement is not up until 26. Why can't it be placed on a fall city council election or next year? This is known as a hostile proposition. It deceives voters and includes a small kickback for the city for the climate action plan for the next 25 years. And we're paying for it. This is coercive, known as a coercive proposition because it transfers local government, local control, local rights to a corporation. Very much like the intergovernmental agreements you always like to take the grants and the monies from federal governments, giving away our local control and rights to federal government. I believe in truth in advertising. Voters should know about this. It should not be in a hidden agreement between the City Council and TEP. If you read the Tucson Resilience Plan, you will find out that the City Council wants to ultimately get rid of Southwest gas and gas washers, dryers, and gas stoves. Shouldn't the voters and restaurant owners know about this before we approve Proposition 412? At the least, be honest. Would severely impact Tucson residents, taking away affordable energy such as gas. Note, TEP has made profits in the last 3 years, $200 million each year. In summary, the election machine certification by accredited testing labs are in question. And we have given you information about that. We have tried to speak in 3 minutes informing you, and this doesn't work. We need a session to inform you, and you can ask questions and get our experts in. The Election Assistance Commission is being sued by a candidate in Missouri. So what's the hurry to approve this? Read the choice is yours. Page 13, franchise fees and other fees. Page 19, Community Resilience Coordination, COM. Please tell all your friends to vote no on 412.
Thank you. Paul McCreary.
I'm speaking to you today in regards of child safety, and it's not my words. This is from the Department of Child Safety here in Arizona. Starts off with a letter to the schools. Dear school leaders, on March 24, 2021, the legislator of the state of Arizona passed an amendment to the Senate Bill 1114, Section 1, Title 15, Chapter 1, Article 5. Arizona revised statutes have been amended by adding Section 15-160.01. As it relates to student safety, please refer to the entirety of the section, and it goes on to do that. Categories of abuse and neglect. A person presently under the age of 18 is the subject of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse, neglect, abandonment, or exploitation, which a parent, guardian, or custodian, I guess that'd be a principal, right, has inflicted, may inflict, permitted another person to inflict, or had reason to know another person may inflict, and contains sufficient information to locate the child. Sexual abuse, National Center for Child Abuse and Child Neglect defines sexual abuse as the involvement of dependent, developmentally immature children and adolescents in sexual activities that they do not fully comprehend, to which they are unable to give informed consent, or that violate the social taboos of family roles. Sexual abuse is any act designed to stimulate a child sexually or to use a child for sexual stimulation, either of the perpetrator or of another person. Sexual misuse is defined as exposure of a child to sexual stimulation inappropriate for the child's age and a role in the family. Permitting a minor under such person's custody or control to engage in or assist others to engage in exploitive exhibition, get that word? Or other sexual conduct for the purpose of producing any visual or print media or live act depicting such conduct. SB 1114. Line 13. Directions for accessing the website of the Department of Child Safety for more information on reporting child abuse, child neglect, and the exploitation of children. I bring this up because you're allowing pedophilic story time in schools.
Your time's expired. Thank you. Shirley Ricard?
Matt Hines wrote an opinion piece in March entitled, oddly enough, "The Words That We Use Matter." What a joke. I doubt that anyone could have penned that article other than this narcissistic misogynist. In addition to his previous name-calling repertoire of murderers and kindergartners, he's now moved on to calling us white supremacists. What color is he? Because for the life of me, I was apparently of the wrongful opinion that he was white. Mr. Hines has taken it upon himself to not only libel me, but to slander me himself by alleging that I called him a pedophile. Chair Grijalva has done nothing to dissuade this notion by revealing the truth to the board members and her constituents that it was her stern admonition of me that I was not allowed to use the word pedophile in this chamber, and that she would call me up if I did it again. And that's the reason I said those 3 words. And you know in your heart, if you were praying to the Lord and not to some demonic Satanist, whatever it is, that I said to those 3 words, pedophile, pedophile, pedophile. The sign that I held up said, Matt Hines is a coward for not facing his constituents. It did not say, you are a pedophile. I said those 3 words because I knew exactly what you were doing. You were violating my First Amendment rights and the Arizona State Constitution. Article 2, Sections 1 and 2, Article 2, Section 5 and 6, and Article 2, Section 32. Every person may freely speak, write, and publish on all subjects, being responsible for the abuse of that right. The provisions of the Constitution are mandatory unless by express words they are declared to be otherwise. When you state, Matt Hines, that you strongly believe that those opting to speak are subject to the rules of our board, and just as importantly, the norms of civic engagement, your statement reflects complete ignorance of the very Constitution which you have sworn to serve. Shame on you once again. And, newsflash, Hines, the word pedophile in no way equates to all people's minds as homophobia as it does to your own mind. I, for one, equate the term pedophilia with of-age men performing sex acts on underage boys or girls. Likewise, of-age women who perform sex acts with underage boys and girls would be labeled similarly. While I do not choose to embrace a lesbian gay lifestyle myself, I count among my friends persons and couples who do. Enough said. You're the hate monger, Matt Hines. You're slandering and libeling me. This is supposedly an issue that's behind us, sir, and yet you decide to go on the Buckmaster show and continue to have articles written about me. Shame on you, man. You're going to go to hell.
Lori Moore.
Hi, good morning. My name is Laurie Moore. I am in District 1. I am not a kindergartner, nor a murderer, nor a white supremacist, nor a homophobe, nor a sex worker, which is a Class 4 felony. Today I am dressed like you, Matt. I want you to see that we are both white and we can both wear scrubs. But I'm wondering what name you will assign to us today in an attempt to divert from your own behavior. I read the recent article in the Green Valley newspaper dated April 25th, 2023. Supervisor Hines, you apparently thought Supervisor Christie had something to do with the attendees at the last meeting wearing Hawaiian shirts. I can assure you he did not. We are just a group of constitutionalists having fun. As a result of that event, you apparently got in Supervisor Christie's face or personal space when you crouched down to talk to him, and you said something to the effect like Hawaiian shirts are a sign of white supremacy. There are dog whistles of white supremacy, and you are leading them. You are not dissuading them, and I'm going to go after you. It is that last part, I'm going to go after you, that Ms. Lesher needs to address immediately. We are used to you not conforming to the policies of decorum, Matt, with the name calling and the signs and the unsecured meetings, but this is a new level, and it's scary. Pima County Board Supervisor Policy Number D231 is titled Workplace Bullying. Workplace bullying is intentional behavior with the purpose of creating an abusive work environment for an employee. Bullying is behavior in the behavior in the workplace that a reasonable person would find hostile or offensive. I'm going after you would fit that definition. It is hostile and offensive. And then there's policy number 1211 titled Preventing Workplace Violence. That definition is workplace violence includes all conduct and circumstances that create a threat to an employee's safe working environment. This conduct may be non-fatal and involves a threat or use of force. Examples and warning signals include verbal threatening, either expressed or implied, intimidation, which has caused belief in harm, like invading someone's personal space. So there you go, right out of the BOS manual. This is beyond censuring. Ms. Lesher, you now have numerous videos and news reports of violations. They are piling up. We are now in the non-fatal bullying and workplace violations section of the manual. When an adult employee repeatedly appears to not follow a common sense code of conduct, these are grounds for dismissal. Ms. Lesher, do your $250,000 plus job, or you will be guilty of maladministration.
Thank you. Our last four speakers, Jane Hubbard, Sharon Fikes, Ann Rose, and Caleb Johnson. Jane Hubbard.
Go, Jane. Good morning. I'm Jane Hubbard. I'm member at large with the Pima County Republican Party. Acts 1726, from one man, he made all the nations, and he marked out the boundaries of their lands. The last meeting I spoke with you about the rejection of funding to secure our southern border, the Operation Stone Garden Program grant, which would have provided over $1.8 million federal dollars to the Pima County Sheriff's Department, were rejected in February 2020. From 2022 through 2022, that was a loss of $5.4 million, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the $30 million you've spent on illegal NGOs and shelters. Sheriff Napier at the time said he would ask the board to come up with some of the funding he had lost to secure the border. So I emailed Sheriff Chris Nanos regarding funding from the board, and I received a quick response, and I quote, "The Pima County Sheriff's Department to date has never received funding for border security issues from the county's general fund during my term, which began in January 2021. In fact, the Pima County Board has set policy that strictly prohibits such." Why would you set policy that strictly prohibits protecting our county and state from the massive invasion of illegal immigrants? 90% of Americans from both parties believe the problem at the border is the fault of the Biden administration, but they also believe it is up to the states and the counties to solve this problem. The news is full of reports of 35,000 migrants waiting at our southern border for the end of Title 42 on May 11th. It is estimated that 10,000 will enter illegally per day, doubling our current flow. What is a nefarious plan to flood our country with illegals, many who are a danger to us, to Hodom Nation, and our nation? May I remind you of your pledge of allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. Yep. Approve the OSPG funds so our sheriff can put in his request order to receive the grant, but he must put it in this spring in order to receive the grant between October and December, which however is too late for the current crisis we're in. I see on agenda item 34, you have $350,000 over whatever that means, $87,500 Pima County Sheriff's General Fund match for border crimes and human smuggling, but that's woefully inadequate. We need far more than that. You must direct more funds now from the general fund to the Sheriff's Department so he can do something to secure our border. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Fikes? Sharon Fikes? Okay. Ann Rose? Oh, Sharon is here. Okay. Thanks. I'm sorry.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Sharon Fickus. I'm from Pima County, Arizona, Precinct 207 in Green Valley. Just to clarify my background, I'm not a murderer. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm a proud second-generation American patriot. I'm a conservative, constitutional Christian. I'm working hard to help save Pima County from your activities against me and against my county. The last boss meeting, following the call to the public, Matt Hines provided denigrating comments to the audience, and he chose to slander us all by calling us white supremacists. Well, where were you, Adelita Grijalva? Where was your magic button to cut the mic? Do all these rules only apply to us, not to these supervisors? I don't expect Matt to ever apologize for anything. I don't expect him to do anything except dig a deeper hole. But as chair, I expect you should acknowledge the errors, make a comment to the Board of Supervisors, admit it, and graciously apologize. I don't expect it. I have lower expectations for your performance. Regarding Dr. Garcia's two-page opening statement to the U.S. Senate, and listening to his meeting, all of this information was provided to everyone in Jan Lesher's memo of April 26. I realized there was a thread of realization to the real problems facing Pima County. Dr. Garcia touched on this, mentioning the county leadership thinking all the illegal support is right and humane thing to do, providing safety, health, welfare for illegals, oh yes, and also for residents. Follow the money. Pima County is funding the agencies providing illegals with everything. Dr. Garcia, Pima County should not be in the business of sheltering and caring for illegals, asylum seekers, or into our community. But wait, he stopped short. He never mentions the responsibility of our Board of Supervisors to stop taking the money, stop continuing the problem, close the border. I'm asking for a few moments of silence and honor and remembrance of all of those who have been emotionally and physically injured by the negative activities of this Board of Supervisors. Thank you, and until next time, I'll continue to work towards stopping the evil you are perpetrating. May God save us.
Ann Rose, and our last speaker is Caleb Johnson.
Lions, not
Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon, Chair Grijalva, Board, Civil Deputy Pima County Attorney, whoever you are. I want to tip my nurse's cap to the RNs in the room on the cusp of Nurses Week. Thank you for all you do out there in the Secret Service. And to hear the stories of the indigenous women this morning and the missing and murdered girls and women, all I can think about is what's happening in our society today and how the misogyny of it all, the abuse of the female body is just going to continue on. I think Dr. Teresa Cullen ought to make that a project to investigate what's going on. She went to that powwow. She told us about it at the Board of Health. I really think that this is a perfect project, another one. Okay. Instead of that public health hearing at the Board of Health, Chair, I think we ought to just have it here, because Dr. Horowitz is really ignoring me. Yeah. And I find it really ironic, from a couple of months ago, Dr. Horowitz, in response to the straw gun, or the straw purchase of guns, that issue, that Chief Nano spoke to, Sheriff Nano spoke to, Dr. Horowitz said, the worst thing is getting no response. He was being ignored. That's how I feel. It's like really bad to be ignored when I think it's such an important issue to speak about public health. All right, I was going to quote that brilliant astrophysicist Carl Sagan. I'll do it really quick. One of the saddest lessons in history is this: if we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. We are no longer interested in finding out the truth. The bamboozle has captured us. It's simply too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan power over you, you almost never get it back. That's just about the COVID thing. Now, ran out of time last time about that mask research that was done, and I was in the middle of talking about how the researchers were measuring how ineffective masks were. They were measuring the people who wore the masks, and what they found was that mask wearers had decreased blood oxygen, increased blood carbon dioxide, Dr. Hines. What they found was that mask wearers had higher blood pressure, increased heart rates, more difficulty breathing, higher skin temperatures, higher reports of headaches, acne, skin irritations, feeling overheated, voice disorders, and dizziness. Worse, the researchers found that short-term mask wearing can cause long-term medical problems. They termed it MIES.
Thank you.
Next month.
Caleb Johnson.
First, I'd just like to address something I'd like to address one thing that I find very disturbing. From what I understand, there are several people behind me who have quoted Arizona revised statutes and accused several board members of those violations. And yet, I have two officers of the executive branch that have refused to do their job, and I have an attorney, a civil deputy county attorney, that doesn't even try to charge him or investigate the matter. Anyway, on to my real points. So, I know this is a waste of time, but this is for the people behind me. This is in regards to them wanting to find a way to process people faster. Well, we can go ahead and nip that in the bud because under the Supremacy Clause, Mulberry versus Madison, anytime there's a violation of someone's Bill of Rights, any statute, whether it be federal or state, is null and void at its inception, not to be contested at a later date in law. There's a difference between legal versus lawful. The Arizona Revised Statutes is legal, and legal means it has to come from lawful. Lawful is the Arizona Constitution, which means when the legal Arizona Revised Statutes is in violation of the Arizona Constitution, well, guess what? It's null and void. Anyway, we'll go on to the next one. Article 2, Section 2, Arizona Constitution, all political powers are in the people, and the government gets its just powers from the consent of the governed to protect their individual rights, not some greater social compact. That's also the point of the U.S. Code, deprivation of rights under the color of law. When your rights are violated, and they're supposed to be null and void under the Supremacy Clause, they are literally operating under the color of law when they enforce those statutes. So also, under Black's Law Dictionary, 3rd edition, under police powers, it actually clearly states that the use of police powers, even for civil matters, still have to fall within constitutional limitations. So, other than that, if you want to fix your school system and deal with the homeless problem, we need to actually address the education system. It's a school of indoctrination. They need the trivium and the quadrivium, which is equivalent to, it's a degree in... Long story short, it teaches critical thinking. It teaches knowledge and the application of the other prior to. And the other part is training the community. Instead of depending on the executive branch to protect your ass, how about using the sheriff's department and using the money instead of increasing the executive branch? Create training programs for the people who want.
Your time's expired. Thank you. Okay, board members, that's the end of the call to the audience. If anyone wishes to respond to a criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. Okay, thank you. So now we're going to move on the agenda. We don't have any executive session items. And so we're at boards of supervisors sitting at other boards. Item 9, Flood Control District, Tucson Wildlife Center Amendment to provide a lease. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Item passes unanimously. We've addressed item 11, so we're on item 12, petition of relief. Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. I glossed over the consent.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and move the consent.
Second.
Administrator Lesher, did you want to address any of the items? Okay, great. Thank you. You move the item. Supervisor Bronson, I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, item passes unanimously. Now we're at 12, petition of relief of taxes.
I'll move the item.
I'll second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
It was noted in the supporting materials that the assessor would have approved this relief if the affidavit had been turned in on time. How are we conveying to organizations that qualify for that relief the deadlines for submitting affidavits? I just wanted to get some additional information on that.
Administrator Lesher.
I will be happy to get back with you. We don't know that. I don't know that right now, but we'll get
Thank
you a
you, Ms. Lesher.
response. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And I just want to note, I'm looking at Supervisor Hines, so, because there is a delay on the feed. So before I say unanimous, I'm ensuring that it is. I just want everyone to know that, since you might not be able to see that from where you are. Community and Workforce Development, this is the annual action plan, the resolution to approve fiscal year 23-24 community development block grants, ESG funds, which is Pima County Emergency Solutions Grant. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 14 is 14 and 15. If there's no objection, I'll go ahead and move those together. They're anti-racketeering revolving funds. 14 is $5,000 to host 2 Sugar Hill Coalition community engagement events, and 15 is $5,000 for repairs and renovation of the Weagle Recovery House. I'll go ahead and move both those items.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We've addressed 16. We're on 17, Maricopa County Industrial Development Authority revenue bonds. I'm going to ask our Administrator Lesher, I know that there was an attachment just to address the title of the item is Maricopa, but we're in Pima County. Could we clarify that?
Chair Grijalva, members of the board, and I know there are individuals here from Banner to speak as well if you like, but if you remember a few meetings ago, you also appointed our CFO, Ellen Moulton, to be the hearing officer over this public hearing with these bonds. While it is the Maricopa IDA, they're being sold for these bonds in order to improve a Banner hospital here and in other parts of the state. Under federal regulation, there has to be approval then by the body in which that construction is taking place, which is why it is before this body to approve bonds to be sold for the benefit of Banner by the Maricopa County IDA. And again, I know that, excuse me, the COO from Banner, Sarah Frost, is here today, if you'd like any information on the facility.
I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any questions? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And thank you for being here, Ms. Schubert. Item 18 is classification compensation. Pima County Recorder's requesting approval to create new classifications. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? Questions?
Yes, Madam
Supervisor
Chair.
Bronson.
I am very concerned, and I will be voting no on this item. We have a compensation study moving forward. This is the second time the county recorder has requested a change, and this should be coming to us after the completion of the compensation study. So I cannot support this, and it's within her budget. It better be within her budget and not coming out of our general fund, but within her current budget. But I will be voting no, and I do not understand why we're doing this now.
Well, our county recorder is here. Recorder Gabriela Casares Kelly, would you like to address some of the items that were brought forward?
Yes.
Supervisor Bronson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grijalva. And supervisors, we have submitted this request. This has actually been about a 1.5 year long process that we've been working very closely with Human Resources to reclassify our positions. This is something that creates a clear pathway for our recording staff, which is the goal of the class and compensation study, which we were briefed on yesterday. It was interrupted, of course, due to the elections, and has taken us a little longer, but we have been working very closely with Human Resources regarding this, and it would aid us in our classification and comp study and implementation of that. Again, this is just clarifying those steps, recording technician, recording specialist, and recording supervisor units. That is just a very clear delineation. What we're currently using right now is just generic position titles that don't fit what our staff actually does.
Madam Chair.
And yes, Supervisor Scott, or Christie, I apologize.
I too share my concerns that Supervisor Bronson has articulated, particularly the CBIZ report that we haven't seen yet, and there's no correlation about how this impacts the comprehensive plan that we're supposed to be seeing here soon. A couple of questions. I want to read the background on the fiscal impact of this request and see if everybody can understand it like I do. The creation of these job classifications has no immediate cost impact to the county, as any additional costs incurred in hiring a position allocated to this job classification will be borne by the department from within its current budget. Cost impact in future budget years will be planned for by the department through the county's normal budget process. My question is, why isn't this already in the normal budget process? It's over and above it, and if there's no cost impact, then why is there a mention of cost impact if it's going to be brought by the normal budget county process? My other questions are these new hires, or are they reclassification of existing employees?
Recorder, or Administrator Lesher, County Recorder.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, I can try to speak to the financial piece. I believe what this is indicating is that the positions, and the recorder will tell you it's a reclassification and naming of the position. They are in this year's budget, and so they're covered in this year's budget. And the rest of the comment is, I believe, to any time that she wants these positions to continue, they will be presented to the board for approval in the budget. So any go forward will then be part of a normal budget process by which all of the departments and elected officials come before the body for all of you for approval of the budget.
Recorder Casares Kelly, did you want to add?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, these are existing positions that already we do have them filled. Right now, we are using terms such as administrative support for people that we are internally referring to as our supervisors, and different situations like that. That is listed within these job descriptions to encapsulate those additional duties that our staff is already currently engaging in.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, is there an additional cost of reclassification?
Not at this time, no.
Will there be?
I hope that along with the rest of Pima County, that we can move towards fairly compensating all of our staff the way that we need to. I'm also eager to see what the results are of the class and comp study, and again, we were just briefed on this yesterday with all the leadership teams in the county administration. However, again, this is something that would assist in that process, because that process is focused on creating clear pathways for promotion and career advancement, and that's literally what we are trying to do. And so again, we had started on this process about 1.5 years ago, and the timeline at that time for class and comp, it was something that was kind of up in the air, and they were able to finish much sooner than expected. And so, here we are. But again, we've been working with human resources to discuss this.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bronson.
Why are you the exception to the rule? The rest of Pima County hasn't been able to do this kind of reclassification, and at the behest of human resources, awaiting the compensation study. So how are you the exception, and why?
Recorder Casares Kelly.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Bronson, we have, like all other departments, have been working to upgrade our office, bring it into the 21st century. We have been working very hard to make sure that there are clear lines of supervision and clear lines of leadership within our office. This has been an ongoing conversation that I have brought to you in previous meetings over and over. There needs to be this type of structure within the office, and that's simply what we are working on and have been working on for the past year and a half.
And Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bronson, we just want to make note that we have had other departments come forward and ask for reclassification. I mean, I understand that we're going through this process, but we have had other departments that we've gone through this process for.
That's not what I'm hearing, but I appreciate that clarification. And again, you haven't really answered the question. It seems like you're an exception to the rule, and maybe that's something we need to address with human resources.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay, this is to approve item 18. Supervisor Bronson?
No.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Christie and Bronson voting no. Now we're moving on to Community and Workforce Development, the Sunnyside Unified School District Foundation for Emergency Rental Assistance Program. This is a no-cost extension. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
This is a amendment to provide for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and extend the contract to June 30th of 23. If you look at the background on the retroactive, this looks like this started some year and a half ago, and it is the purpose is a no-cost extension. Is this another example of money that we haven't spent yet, and that we're afraid if we don't, that it's going to get, we're going to lose it?
Administrator Lesher.
And Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I'll ask for clarification, but I believe that the funds have been allocated to the recipient, the Sunnyside Foundation, and they are the ones asking for the extension. We're helping to facilitate that. It's not that we have the money and we haven't spent it yet, but Dr. Garcia has worked more closely with this one.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, Administrator Lesher. Supervisor Christie, this is not unexpended funds. Remember that this board accepted a new award from the feds to support the emergency rental program. Because that new award creates new opportunity and created a longer time performance period, we're simply realigning this contract to the current performance period. So no, it's not unexpended funds. The funds that Sunnyside has expended have been expended. This is simply allowing us to continue to fund that as long as we have emergency eviction assistance federal dollars in our coffer.
Any additional questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I'm sorry, did you have another one?
I just would like to follow up with that by asking, how long did...
Okay, Supervisor Christie and then Supervisor Scott. Thanks.
Madam Chair, how long do you propose that the money will be continued to be expended?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we will continue to expend federal resources as long as the term of those contracts for the term of those contracts. The term of that current contract is at the end of June, but there's actually a performance period that could take us out to September 23. So we, as our emergency eviction assistance continues to plug along, as federal resources are being poured into it, we have extended the term date of that contract. In the past, that has been action that has been taken by yourselves as the board, and this is simply aligning this contract with our other contracts.
And Madam Chair, Dr. Garcia, is this a result of COVID money?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, the Federal Emergency Eviction Assistance Program started as a part of the federal pandemic response. It is separate and distinct from that and is not affected at all by the end of the public health emergency declaration.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I know, Dr. Garcia, that when the Community Investment Corporation and the City of Tucson pulled out of the distribution of emergency rental assistance program funds. So we have a number of community partners. I'm gathering Sunnyside Unified School District Foundation is one of them. Who are the other partners that we have helping us to distribute these funds?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, off the top of my head, let me put that to you in writing rather than guess, because we have four additional partners that we are contracted with as county, who you are correctly identified were previously contractors of CIC and who are now our contractors and help us disperse these funds. SUSD Foundation being one of our key partners.
We will get
Administrator Lesher.
Yeah, we will get a written report to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Bronson and Christie voting no. Now we're on item 20, Humane Borders, Inc. to provide water distribution services to remote areas of Pima County. This general fund, contract amount $30,000. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Just wanted to thank the representatives from Humane Borders for coming to address us today during call to the audience and for staying until consideration of this item. And I deeply appreciate the long-standing commitment that all three of you, and I'm sure other members of your organization, have made towards providing this humanitarian assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Bronson.
Yes, I will unfortunately be voting no on this item. I have supported them in the past. This journey began in 2001. It's been on, and I'm sure this is going to pass, but this is 20 years, 2 decades of failed policy from Washington, D.C. They have done nothing, starting with the first Bush administration, into the second Bush administration, to the Clinton administration, to the Trump administration, and to the Biden administration. We do not have comprehensive border reform, and I'm just not going to be an enabler anymore. And I appreciate the words that all of them spoke. I have always supported this, but enough is enough. I'm not going to be an enabler.
Well, we have a motion and a second, so I'll ask for a roll call vote, please, because I am supportive. I want to appreciate you all coming. I think that you said it much more eloquently than I could, that, crossing a border does not at any time, even if you are convicted, is not a death sentence. And that's why I will absolutely be supporting this item.
And I totally agree
Supervisor
with you.
Bronson.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But at some point, we need comprehensive immigration reform. It's not coming, and this is not going to solve the problem.
Right, but it will hopefully prevent deaths. Go ahead.
This is to approve item 20. Supervisor Bronson.
No.
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, item passes 3-2 with Supervisor Bronson and Christie voting no. Item 21, we want to take a couple of these together. I could take items 21 through 28. How does that sound? Okay, so I'll go ahead and move item 21 through 28.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Items passed unanimously. We have item 29. Do we want to take any of these together?
Madam Chair, could we take 29 separately?
Sure. Okay, so I'll go ahead and move item 29, the acceptance of community and workforce development training for strategy, training, disaster relief for dislocated worker grant program. I'll move that item.
Second.
A motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Christie, did you want to address this?
Yes, I have several questions, and the purpose, it speaks of the main objection of the Arizona Quest is disaster recovery, dislocated worker grant program is to convene a statewide collaborative led by the Arizona Office of Economic Opportunity and Workforce Development, and then it lists, looks like 7 or 8 counties that will work together to serve dislocated workers. And my first question is, what is a dislocated worker?
Chair, Goody Halvin, Supervisor Christie, I'll turn it to Dr. Garcia, but please, most of these, they are very specific under Arizona statutes and federal work, and WIOA, another acronym, but let's get you the information because they're all part of the federal guidelines for workforce development.
And which one does that acronym apply to?
So I'm asking Dr. Garcia to give you the specifics. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, Administrator Lusher, Supervisor Christie, the Workforce Investment Opportunity Act is a part of the federal mechanism by which states get dollars for the support and training and assistance of dislocated workers. Workers can be dislocated through a variety of actions when industry is relocated to other parts of the country or other parts of the world. These are typically workers who are impacted by sort of bigger, sort of macroeconomic kinds of forces that are having an impact on our local workforce. We can prepare for you a report that talks about in painful detail of exactly all the categories of dislocated workers, because there are several, and who is specifically being served.
Mr. Chair?
Madam, you're right.
Can you give me an example of one definition of a dislocated worker?
Supervisor Christie, we have a variety of manufacturers that have gone out of business in this community. Essentially, their workers are essentially dislocated workers for the purposes of these federal programs and qualify for assistance and training and support through these federal mechanisms.
Okay, sounds like a terminated worker at that point. But the other question I have is, as this sentence that I read, will work together to serve dislocated workers and will form a direct pipeline to mitigate multiple barriers to employment for dislocated workers. What are multiple barriers to employment?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, if it is helpful, all of this is designed through the Workforce Investment Act and a federal process that is delineated. Again, generally, dislocated workers are when businesses have shut down and then move into a federal program. Sometimes you'll hear we have a rapid response that's required through the federal government and the state, where when businesses go out of business, they're notified. The state is notified. Our workforce investment folks are notified, and they then walk through some very specific steps about providing, if you will, the pipeline. There are a variety of ways where there's letters, there's work job fairs, there's any number of activities that are part of that pipeline.
And
so we can provide the piece of it, but for full granularity on all aspects, I think we'll be more than happy to get a full written report to you all.
Well, quickly,
Thank you,
Madam
Supervisor
Chair.
Christie.
Ms. Lesser, is this COVID related?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, no, it is not.
It is not COVID related. Okay.
Any other questions? All right. Any questions? All right. So I have a motion and a second for item 29. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now, can we move item 30 through 35 together?
Second.
Supervisor Bronson moved 30 through 35, and Supervisor Christie seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on the hearings. Item.
Did we get, I'm sorry, that did include 35.
Yep.
Thank you.
It did, yes. Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. All right, so then we're on 36. I apologize. Hearings.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Bronson.
if there's no one in the audience that wishes to address us in opposition to items 36, 37, and 38, and 39, I move to close public hearing and approve those items.
I'll second. I have a motion and a second. It looks like some fireworks permits for high school graduations.
Yes,
So,
indeed.
all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Items pass unanimously. And now we have, we've addressed items 1 through 4 on the addendum. Now we're on the addendum item 5, update on Interstate 10 hazardous materials spill report. There's a report attached by the county administrator, and this is an item that was put on the agenda by Supervisor Christie. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to you since the administrator has been able to respond to most of it on the memo.
Madam Chair, thank you. This is kind of a synopsis of what we've already been told in this April 24th memorandum. Is this the final report? What was the term, the WASH?
Excuse me, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, we're talking about an after-action report or the hot wash after the report. And Director Clark is here, but I think what is important of this, as we mentioned the first time we talked about this was an incident that occurred on a state highway within the city limits of the city of Tucson. So most of the discussions and the management of the incident came under the state of Arizona, and then with a lot of the incident command coming by the Tucson Fire Department. They are continuing, I believe, and Director Clark can speak to it, the state is continuing an after-action report, and it has not yet been completed. But again, we're not driving that. We are a participant with the state. The information that Mr. Clark has provided and to the board is that of which we are familiar, the things about which we were able to control and provide the information. So,
Supervisor Chris, do you have any other questions? Or Director Clark, did you have anything to add?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, Administrative Lesher, are part of the after action while the individual departments conduct their own hot washes and conduct their own processes. We did facilitate an after action process. That report has been delivered to the county administrator. The synopsis, as you refer to it, sir, is in this report that I provided to you. Historically, we provide an executive summary and then follow that up at the discretion of the board and the county administrator in regards to the after action itself. But we do have a document in the hands of the county administrator. In addition to what the departments, and again, we don't have any control over the departments that are conducting their own after action process.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Administrator Lesher.
We were Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, we were verifying a few of the other elements, and I'm happy to get the full report out to the board immediately after this meeting.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is another additional report that's more comprehensive than the synopsis we've received.
We've gotten today. Yep.
Director Clark?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, that is affirmative, sir. We look at that as a controlled document, and I provided the executive summary of that document. And as Administrative Lesher has indicated, she can get that final document to your hand.
Yes, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, the concern is that often in a report like this, it delineates where there might be some points of sensitivity or of concern. We're happy to share it with the board. A concern was then if there are individuals who might be looking to do harm to the community, that we have provided them a roadmap in some of those, in the full after action report. So the summary was provided. We can share with the board the full report.
Madam Chair.
Just a moment, really quickly, Supervisor Christie. Is that document a public document, or would that be sent through legal in order to keep it privileged?
Oh, good point.
And yeah, but okay. We were.
I'm sorry, I think your mic's off.
Yeah, but we don't, Chair Grijalva, that we're waiting. We can find out exactly the best way to make sure that if we go through the county attorney's office, that it is something that all the board can have access to and review, but is not necessarily a public document to provide for the safety.
Because I think that's an important, and thank you for again repeating that this is not an investigation that the Pima County is steering the ship on, and is something that we are getting info on. And we also, and I appreciate the executive summary because I think that was helpful. Supervisor Christie, did you have a follow-up?
I did, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm concerned about it not being able to be released to the public.
Yeah.
And I think that's an issue. And I'm certain there's a way of redaction that could eliminate the liability or the exposure. But I think more than anything, because of the way that the entire incident took place and the lack of communication, the lack of information, the disparity in how things were operating and who was in charge, I think those need to be relayed publicly and released publicly. And if there are issues that have security measures, perhaps they can be addressed separately or whatever. And is this report that you're speaking to, is this a Pima County part, or is it of an overall DPS or state or?
Administrator Lesher or Director Clark.
Excuse me if I first, Chair Grijalva, what I would propose is that we provide the board with the full report and provide a redacted report that can be released to the public. Then if members of the board see that there's something they think we have inaccurately redacted, you would have the original report to see, and we would follow your direction on that.
And then that non-redacted report would come through us through
the
legal, so we
attorney,
ensure that it
yes.
stays privileged.
And do we have a time frame, Madam Chair, that we might get this?
I would assume that the report is there, but they
next
have to
48
go through
hours,
and redact it. And so Administrator
the
Lesher
report
said
is
48
done.
hours.
But we can not redact it. And we were happy to work with the county attorney and get that to you as soon as humanly possible, hopefully in the next 24 to 48 hours. And then we'll work with you as you see what the redacted version looks like for public release.
And at that point, a determination can be made what and if we can release to the public.
I think the presumption is the redacted report is something that we could
can't
release to the public, but the privileged document is not. And then we would be able to see what was redacted and what wasn't.
And determine if the privileged one is of such a nature that it could be released.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but that would
And
be
excuse
something
me.
that we would come
Yeah,
back in
I'm sorry.
executive session.
And you had one more question for Director Clark about what is in the contents of the report, whether it's just us or the whole group.
Oh, they are.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, the report itself, confirming light stays on, the report itself outlines the departments that were involved. There were 19 agencies that were involved in this. That means that there were 19 voices that participated in the after-action process. It was held in 2 sessions, the first being the first responders, and then the second being community stakeholders that were involved in the incident itself. Because of that is the reason why we controlled the document that we did, because we would have to have the buy-in of those agencies in regards to how they spoke to within the document. I'm proud to report that our office did facilitate that after-action process, invited them to our center, and we walked through collaboratively an after-action process. The after-action process identified core capabilities within the incident management system, the National Incident Management System, sir, that I referred to back in my initial brief to this board. And those core capabilities, and what you will see in the after-action report, are the core capabilities associated with operational coordination, situational awareness, operational communication, critical transportation, environmental response, health and safety, public health, healthcare and emergency medical services, public information and warning, on-scene security protection, and law enforcement. Within those capabilities that are outlined in the National Incident Management System, we identified a number of strengths and areas of improvement that were identified by the peers that sat at the after-action process, and those are outlined and to include the measures that are being taken to applaud the strengths, but also to also discuss on the report the areas of improvement. The areas of improvement, sir, you're not going to be surprised of. They were the ones that we had already discussed in regards to my initial. But now we've been able to get into detail about who's responsible for those areas of improvement so that we can make our first responders more efficient in regards to the things outside of the initial response. I believe the initial response you will see, our first responders, Unified Command, handled that incident appropriately, safely, but it's an all-inclusive incident that requires a lot of complexities, and you're going to find that there were some areas clearly identified that we are going to improve on, whether that is here locally within the departments or collaboratively through networking and training and exercising.
Thank you,
Any other
Madam Chair.
okay, so this was listed as discussion, direction, action, so I'm assuming we have no action.
No action.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, point of
Yeah.
order, is Supervisor
Christie.
Hines with us?
No, I was just going to make a note. He did text me and said that he had to step off, and that was at 12:31. All right, so that's why I also was asking if we had any action, because that would make a difference. So now we're on item 6, website redesign and launch. The title is Discussion, Direction, Action Regarding Redesign and Launch of Pima.gov website, including not limited to its functionality and information contained therein. I don't know exactly what this item is about, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have to have a caveat. I don't know anything about IT. I don't know anything about websites. I'm very illiterate when it comes to that. I'll be the first one to admit it. However, I do have a lot of staff, a lot of constituents, a lot of friends and family who are very well versed in this type of information, and consequently, they've asked me to bring this issue up to the board and to the public to ask some questions. There's quite a number of concerns that people have expressed about our new website. And I guess the first couple of questions are just basic ones. Who created this website?
Administrator Lesher, I know we have
Yes.
both Mr. Baca,
Well,
we have
let me-
Mr. Evans,
maybe-
everyone
Chair
here.
Grijalva,
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is not while the IT assisted through this was under the communications department. And there has been, I'll turn it over to Mr. Evans in just a moment, but over the last several years, and I'm going to go out with you right now on a lot of the terminology about some of the website. There's been analytics and data and studies and analysis of what pages are being used, how they're being used, how people are looking at the website, what are the sites they are using the most, how do we put those up front, what do we move to make the website efficient. The other component of that is one of the biggest changes since we launched the last website was more and more people using their iPhones to access our website. And it did not, and I'm sure there's technical terms from that, but it did not translate as simply and easily onto the phone. Pages were lost. So there was some redesign so that it could not only be on a computer, but completely accessible and usable off a smaller device, an iPad or an iPhone. So that's just why we got going to that. And now then Mark Evans, our director of the communications office, can walk through other specifics of how he led this effort to make the modifications.
Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher,
Supervisor Christie.
basically, I just want, was this done in-house, or was it farmed out to a consultant, or was it done by staff in the communications?
Yes, yeah, there was, and Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, it was led by the communications department with help from other staff, and a consultant was utilized.
So it was a hybrid type
Yes.
of. And do we have a cost on what it cost us to produce this?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I don't right now. Mr. Evans may. Otherwise, what I'll be happy to do is provide that to the board in a written report finally. And so some of these questions, again, we're not privy to them. Mr. Evans probably can respond to them. I'll just say at the front, if there's any question such as at the cost that we can't answer at the board, at the dais today, we'll be happy to provide that in a written format to the board.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I do.
Supervisor Christie.
Let me just give you a kind of a bouquet of questions that have been submitted to me about the website. And I don't want to have a long discussion or a long explanation unless it's simply a yes or no or a very brief answer. But let me just point out some things to you. And maybe what I can do is, after this meeting, I can compile them all and send them to your office, and you can review them, and you might be able to answer them better or more efficiently than off the cuff right now. But just to bring it to everybody's awareness, and again, I'm very illiterate when it comes to this, but if we go to the website and we scroll to the government site, under administration, it talks about the Board of Supervisors, but it mentions no clerk of the board. And the clerk of the board comes under the Board of Supervisors, not administration. That was one comment. Under departments and offices, under administration again, it speaks of assessor, clerk of the board, recorder, school superintendent, and treasurer under administration. My understanding, obviously, is that these are not part of administration. These are all elected officials, not administrative departmental entities. That was a question. The other, another one is the link to the link to the new site. One constituent wrote it, there needs to be a redirect from old URL to new location. Even if it is temporary for 6 months, it appears that somebody took notice or had too many complaints and problems because the search works in some instances. Fix the search mechanism. I believe this URL is for the benefit of Pima County public. If so, then make it work. And when will all the content be moved to the new site? The historical items of that nature? Apparently there was just a number of years, or a short term of years of records of, for instance, Board of Supervisors meetings that you were able to archive, but beyond like 2019, there was no record of them, and I know that some of it has been moved recently, but we, I guess, are looking for assurances that whatever we have in the archives from the old site will be moved to the new site for availability.
So I can answer that real quick, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, if you allow me. So all the content that were web pages that were identified by departments that needed to be ported over they've made the trip, so they are there. Where we are still working to get content uploaded is the documents. There are a lot of PDFs. We had, I think, identified 18,000 uploaded documents on the old site. Those all have to be manually downloaded and re-uploaded. The county administrator had the majority of those, not sure the majority, she had the most, which was around 4,000. So we did the first 3 years. We knew those are the ones that were probably being the most current. And then we're working on the previous years. When it was pointed out to us that people still needed to go find some things in 2018, 2019, we put a link on that memorandums page that goes to the previous site that still exists out there in the ether. And so that all that stuff back to 2012 is still available until we finish uploading the remaining 3,000 memos that we need to upload.
Okay, and Madam Chair, just a couple of more questions. When people are redirected to a new site, the new page of the new site comes up, we're stating, we're sorry, but there is not a web page matching your entry. Yeah. And apparently that should, what they tell me is that should never happen in a website. So that was a concern. Also, there is a heading in the website that says, I am visiting. And for somebody like me who knows nothing about this kind of stuff, I thought it meant I am visiting the website. But what it really means when you click on it is I am visiting Tucson. And that, I think, should be a much more specific heading as far as, are you a visitor? Are you new to the area? This type of thing. And it shows after you hit I am visiting the Southern Arizona Heritage and Visitor Center, Pima County Attractions, etc. But from my standpoint, I thought maybe it was, yeah, I'm visiting the website. Give me some help. And this one about running a business, there's a link to running a business. And when you press running a business, the thing that comes up first is the Environmental Quality Business Assistance Program. And air and water quality, hazardous materials, solid waste, waste minimization, pollution prevention. So the first thing, if you want to inquire about running a business and moving to Pima County, is you're given all of the environmental regulations that you're going to have to deal with. It's basically saying, look at all these hoops you're going to have to run through and jump through in order to open a business. And we wonder why we're not thought of as business friendly. All these regulations, and boy, we've got some really good regulatory agencies that'll swoop down and pick your business clean. So I thought that really isn't the message we want to convey. And I want to get involved. That's another click on there. And we thought that would influence people to look at ways of activating themselves in the county in the county offings, and it's all volunteer with Pima Animal Care, County Attorney's Office, Public Library. How about boards, commissions, and committees? That is, I think, what we're really looking for, folks getting involved. And then finally, and I'll pass all this on to you, and you can discern it. It says the heading, I need assistance. And so I'm thinking to myself, well, I need assistance, and again, I know nothing. I need assistance because I need help in the website. No, it comes up emergency assistance, housing, and resources. Well, that doesn't explain the I need assistance issue, and we found that confusing as well. So, Madam Chair, thank you for letting me bring these items up. I look forward to the responses, and I'll get these to you, and hopefully I won't be getting cards and letters from techies that are much more literate in these things than I am.
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, thank you very much, Supervisor Christie, and look forward to the list. And just if any of the other members of the board or departments or public are having any confusion or concern with the website, we would welcome receiving that information as well, so that we can
And very quickly, if I may, Madam Chair,
Yes,
we noticed that the city of Tucson has a new website too, and they had, I'm using the right term, I hope, a beta system or something like this, where they keep the old one intact while you're trying out the new one. And that gives you the opportunity, if you can't figure out the new one, you can go back to the old one. There's no such device on ours. So that was another item that was brought up, and I can tell my constituents that I did my job. I brought up the...
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns? Supervisor Bronson.
I actually had the same thing with the beta, and what I found curious, from my perspective, is that this website went up and we weren't informed. It came as a shock. Or maybe we should have been informed and I missed a memo or something. But all of a sudden we have a new page and we didn't like what was on that page. So I'm just wondering why we didn't do a beta test internally first and just launched it without consulting the people who pay your check, which is this board.
Administrator Lesher, or I believe we received an update and had a meeting with Director Baca. I'm trying to remember the timeline, but it didn't come as a surprise to me. But did you all want to kind of share with how you communicated
Chair
out?
Grijalva, if I may, we did
Mr. Lesher.
Communicate with all the board offices and departments. If I do also appreciate that you all get a lot of emails and information, and if this was lost in that, we do apologize. The staff did meet with some of the board members, some of the staff, and attempted to get all the feedback that they could. And I think that the initial flip to the new site took whatever was on the existing site for the board office and simply moved it to the new, and then we're getting additional feedback. But if there's any additional specificity.
We're getting a lot of additional feedback.
So,
Mr. Evans.
Chair Grijalva, members of the board. So in terms of the having the other site still be live, and Director Baca can probably answer this better than I can, but it was related to the URL. So we still had that webcms.pima.gov as our URL for the old site, and going to pima.gov. If we had both sites currently active with the same content, we would have a lot of trouble with Google and with search engines and other devices that scroll the internet. And I may have not gotten that right, but he'll know better.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, Administrator Lesher, Supervisors Christie, and Supervisor Bronson. As Mr. Evans mentioned, yes, to your question, Supervisor Bronson, there are aspects of the old website that are still active. Like we have certain features such as vendor lookup that as we are still developing and the team is finalizing the upgrade within the new environment, we're directing all visitors to that old environment, just as you described, in the same process, but not all aspects of the website, because all the aspects, for example, the front page that has a new directory we're not using the old front page for that part of it. So that's a common strategy, as you described. Some of the other questions that Supervisor Christie asked about, things like redirects, the environment in which this new website is built in is using several strategies, technical strategies that are used to accomplish what's commonly referred to as search engine optimization, and that's just a way of saying, identifying and improving how traffic is directed to your website and how traffic is routed within the website. And our old website needs to be replaced in all the search engines. And so we use these strategies that are certain codes that are employed, and we also initiate web crawls so that the search engines get a signal, and it informs the search engine to begin to go crawl our new website. That process takes time. And my presumption about some of the input that you received indicated that starting to see some of the searching starting to improve. That's an indication of the search engines becoming re-indexed with our new environment. Now, that doesn't mean that that it's complete, because we need to do as much as possible to make sure that our community can access the resources that they're counting on. One of the things that was recently updated was the 404 page. A 404 page indicates that this resource was not found. You clicked on a link, and we don't know how to find that page. It's an old link. What we added to that page recently, what the web team added to the page, was a report this link form. So what happened is, strategically, is the communications department, our web team, identified through analytics the high priority, the highest visited portions of our website, and made sure that we had redirects for those, because with 16,000 individual links, it's not really effective to add a redirect for every 16,000 individual documents.
Supervisor Christie, I did want to make note that, because I knew that you sent an email and I couldn't remember when it was. It was on April 17th. You sent out an email to all of the supervisors and staff with a link to the new website, asking us to look it over, and if there's anything missing or anything else, to please let you know. But I knew that it had happened. I just couldn't remember the date.
Yeah, I didn't mean to prompt a thorough explanation with all the techie stuff about what happened or what didn't happen. I'm just merely bringing to your attention what I'm dealing with for your discernment and hopefully for your addressing it. That's so you're describing a process that means nothing to me at this particular.
I do have one thing to add, though, that I think is really important. When we embarked on this and we got the permission of the county administrator to build a new website, newpima.gov, she gave us one overarching rule, and that was that our new website had to be better than the city's new website. And so I'm hoping we achieved that goal.
We're not going to make any comment on that. Director Baca, did you have something else you want to add?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Administrator Lesher and Supervisor Christie, I just wanted to offer, I hope that, I apologize for my technical jargon if I went a little too deep in that, but I do hope that please utilize my services. Please, I'm at your service. If you have questions of that nature, I'm always available to help out in that in any way. And I look forward to kind of continue to work with Director Evans to address those issues, and we'll get a response to you.
Maybe I should give my constituents your direct.
Yes.
Not a problem. That's what I'm here for.
How about an email?
No, and I just want to.
Supervisor Bronson, yes.
Yeah, I just want to state, we got the email from Mr. Evans on April 17th, letting us know about the new website launch, and that happened on April 21st. So we should have been in the loop a little earlier, that's all.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you both for your patience in sitting through the meeting, and next time I will move you up, because I appreciate that you all have a lot of other things to be doing. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Now we're on our last item is 7, Government Operations and Border Management. This is an item that Supervisor Christie put on, I guess, asking some questions about Dr. Garcia's testimony. That is attached to the item. And then Supervisor Christie, did you have specific questions or?
Yeah, I did.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to quote Dr. Garcia in the newspaper that says, "The net effect of our efforts has been the masking of a crisis. Few in Tucson, Pima County, or Arizona know that federal entities are dropping off hundreds of people each day to local county-supported shelter operations. And this is the part I want to highlight. Pima County doesn't want to be, nor should it be, in the business of sheltering and caring for people seeking asylum in the United States. And I just have a I told you so moment, I guess, or maybe some sort of collaboration between Dr. Garcia and myself, but this is an opinion piece I wrote in January of 2020 with the headline, Pima shouldn't be in the asylum seeker process business. I was concerned about this from the beginning. We've been in this now for 4 years, and my overarching question at this point is, at what point, Dr. Garcia, after 4 years, was it determined that asylum-seeking processing business was becoming or had become a crisis, and what provoked that conclusion?
Administrator Lesher, Deputy Administrator Garcia.
If I may, first, I think Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, members of the board, what we have been talking about since 2019, when many of this began, that we are unfortunately at sort of the tail end of what is a uniquely federal program. And the concern has been, if you will, not, I don't mean to be harsh or understate it, not with the asylum seekers themselves, but with the Pima County community. And that the process that the federal government goes through is that ultimately, and the folks that we've been dealing with in our facilities, is that the Customs and Border Protection releases these individuals into the community. The response began on Pima County's part because the concern is if there is nothing done by the county to provide some location for these individuals to remain while they are here for whatever short period of time, they will simply be what you've heard referred to as street released. If we had the 150,000 or so individuals that the federal government has released in this community, coming through this community without providing some layer of safety to the folks of Pima County, then I think we would have a problem. The crisis that we're seeing we're seeing the numbers continue. I think we all thought we'd be this for a short period of time, but May 11th is a day that is fairly frightening for some of us, where at least for a period of time, individuals coming from all over the world have been sort of stationed in Mexico. As we've discussed in the past, the asylum seekers coming are not coming from Mexico, they're coming through Mexico. And so they've been stationed, if you will, for a period of time. And now with May 11th coming and the end of Title 42, we don't know what that spigot's going to look like, or whether, there'll be continue the trickle, the numbers will be quite large. But again, every individual dollar that has been spent by the board, one of the reasons that we've continued to advocate for federal dollars is because the function we are providing, unfortunately, is a federal one. I think what we have heard from the audience consistently and from everyone, and as someone who used to work there, all of this is truly a failure of the federal government to deal with an immigration system. And that's not unique to any one party. We have a situation that's got to be addressed, but what we're seeing as a border community is the impact on not only those individuals being dropped in the streets, but on what could happen to our individuals.
And Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
That leads me to a question along those same lines, because Dr. Garcia was quoted where he says that this whole process that you just elaborated on, it is using up resources that we need, Pima County, that we need to use for other purposes. What resources are being used up in Pima County that are our resources?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, they are resources that are coming from the federal government, so we are not using Pima County. But I think that I think all of us believe that if there were dollars that were not coming from the federal government to be spent on this program, we would either have dollars to use for something else, or the federal government would not have to spend those dollars. But the dollars that have been spent to deal with this situation have been spent are only those dollars that have been coming in from the federal government. So it's not as if the millions of dollars that have been spent come out of the general fund and could be relocated to something else. It's simply there's the federal dollars coming through could be reallocated in better ways or lower taxes.
So, Madam Chair, the resources you're referring to the federal money, not Pima County resources?
That is correct, sir.
That leads me to this next question that Dr. Garcia's testimony in Washington, he articulated, I think, very coherently and very intricately the problem that we're having and the stress and the strain that it's putting on our community and the resources that are being utilized and used up that the county is expending. And I was trying to glean from your testimony, and I'll direct it to whoever, the Dr. Garcia's testimony. I was trying to figure out, was it a request of the federal government that Pima County wants to wash its hands of the asylum-seeking process business? Or is it saying, give us more money and everything will be fine?
Chair Grijalva, let me start with that, and obviously Dr. Garcia was at the testimony. I think the question is if we are going to be forced, if you will, to continue to respond to a federal program, we need the federal dollars to do that. I think it would be everyone's hope that people would not be street released in Pima County or in any border community. But that is the case. And if that's going to be the case, we need the dollars to do it. So the comments that we have been stressing to this board for several years, probably since 2019 when it began, was, and one of our fears, I think, is that we can continue to respond at the rate that we've been responding while federal dollars are provided for that. Every time we communicate with elected officials, either in Washington or in Phoenix or anywhere, is we do not have the resources as a county potentially to respond in the way we are responding now. And that when one is looking at $2 million a month potentially, that is a very different policy direction or decision than we've been able to provide to the community because of the allocation of the federal dollars.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
So if we got more money, we could address the coming crisis. Would that be presumably utilized for, I don't know, leasing 2 or 3 more call centers? Or are we going to expand operations and expand this mission if we got more money? Or are we going to ask the federal government, stop sending asylum seekers through our county?
We need to
Administrator Lesher.
And Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, that's a policy decision that this body can certainly discuss. What the board has been doing since 2019 to this point is supporting us trying to receive those federal dollars to deal with the problem when people are being street released in our community.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bronson.
Yeah, May 11th is fast approaching. And what we know at this point, with Title 42, when it goes away, we're going to see many more coming across. How are we prepared, and do we have any estimates? I mean, it's terrifying, frankly.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Bronson, immediately following this meeting, Director Clark and Dr. Garcia and I are meeting to continue to look at that. One of the, we shared with the board last week some additional documentation coming out of the Biden administration. And as we were discussing this morning, one very different element that's coming in the new documents is that there will never be, and help me, Dr. Garcia, but at this point, there can be legal asylum seekers that come through either the ports of entry or at anywhere along the border. After the new documents from the White House came in, there cannot be any kind of legal crossing at other than a point of entry. So we're beginning to see at least some change in how and when we can begin to work with the individuals and how they can be funneled or becoming, what points of entry they will be using to come into Pima County. We're seeing some changes there. We're also looking at exactly what you look at. We're working at the Drexel facility as an example. if there's about 150 cots in that facility now and we can double that, the reality is there may be 150 or 300 cots. It will hold however many it's going to need to hold at some point. If that's people sleeping on the floors or something, that is certainly not our hope. But Director Clark works regularly with partners here from Homeland Security, CBP, ICE, State of Arizona's emergency management system, and everyone on the planet pretty much, I think, to start to get good estimates. And I would ask Mr. Clark or Dr. Garcia, I believe they're in daily communication with representatives of CBP and ICE to not only understand the daily numbers, but what life's looking like to plan.
Yeah, and Madam Chair,
Supervisor
to follow up, does CBP have the resources, and perhaps you can answer that, Mr. Carr, to deal with what we are going to be seeing as the new influx? Or what do you have on your radar screen that we should know?
So a couple of things. What was signaled on Thursday from the federal government, from the executive, is a fairly seismic shift in policy that really, I believe, in the long term is going to have a beneficial impact in terms of the flow of migrants across the border. It essentially says if you come in through a non-port of entry site, you can be detained, and not only will you be repatriated, but you will be ineligible for any asylum for the next 5 years. That is a fairly seismic shift that will start trickling through to the countries of origin, and pretty soon people are going to get the point.
You hope they get the message.
I believe pretty soon people will get the point that this will actually hinder their ability to enter this country. So, number one, fairly huge seismic federal policy changes that are being incorporated. There's a lot of really good stuff in there. So in terms of the resources of CBP, I would never deign to respond about what resources they have or don't have. I'm not privy to that on an operational level. I can tell you that even today, the federal government is calling up federal resources, National Guard type of resources, to be brought in to assist with some of that enforcement that occurs between the ports of entry. So, I think the feds are expecting to be relatively overwhelmed on the 12th, and I think that they are doing their best to resource that to the best of their ability. I know that Shane and our team is in a daily and multiple times a day contact with our federal partners. I think we have to be, and we try to make sure that they know what our capacity is to assist them, and that we understand what kinds of flow they are dealing with.
And my Madam Chair,
Supervisor Brown.
My concern is if it's only through the ports of entry, and you've been in our Arizona Border County meetings, Border County Coalition meetings, how is this going to affect the flow of goods, commerce? Yeah, I mean, are we just going to see very long lines? Can goods get through? I mean, you may not have an answer now, but it's a real concern with the Arizona Border County Coalition.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, perhaps in the board, I just noticed, for example, that Mr. Clark sent me a readout from a meeting that occurred within the last couple of hours. That's the update in the briefing. What I would like to suggest is that we will provide you an update, and that we will continue to provide daily updates based on the information Mr. Clark is receiving from now to and through May 11th, so that you're seeing where we're going at the borders, because we'll watch it together on some of this. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott, and then
Thank you.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. I want to go back to a point that Supervisor Bronson made when we were talking about the humane borders item, and she pointed out that there's been an utter failure of both political will and political courage to move forward with comprehensive immigration reform dating back to the turn of this century. And we are now into 4 years of Pima County having to deal with the ramifications of federal border policy that started under a Republican presidential administration and continues into a Democratic presidential administration. So it is a bipartisan failure. And I want to thank Dr. Garcia for pointing that out in his testimony. And this was a part of his testimony that I'm not surprised wasn't quoted by some of the more partisan members of Call to the Audience today. He said, "We in Pima County are fully aware that comprehensive immigration reform has been elusive, but Pima County doesn't want to be, nor should it be, in the business of sheltering and caring for people seeking asylum in the United States. That should be a function of the federal government." And I think that's consistently, with the previous board and with this board, been the position of the board majority. But the position of the board majority was also expressed by Dr. Garcia when he said, having thousands of people with limited resources and English skills trying to figure out how to get to other parts of a country that is unfamiliar to them, with no food, little money, no place to sleep, no way to get medical care if they need it, is deleterious to the health, safety, and welfare of our county. And Ms. Lesher made reference to the street releases that we're trying to prevent. So I had a couple of questions. First one is, you made reference to one federal policy change, which you've characterized as the most significant, that people who don't enter at ports of entry are not going to have the option to say that they are seeking asylum. You and Ms. Lesher were good enough to let us know about other policy changes that came down in a memorandum to the board last week. What about some of those other policy changes? What positive effects do you think they might have in either the short or long term?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, excellent question. And we are very much trying to read the tea leaves of the federal actions that have occurred in the relatively recent past. One of the things that happens above and beyond a much more sort of stringent process by which you end up repatriating people, or you end up not allowing them to be eligible for asylum status, is that more resources are being placed in the countries of origin where those flows are beginning. And so you see the State Department setting up processes in Guatemala and in Colombia, and have signaled that they will be doing that in other originating countries. From a policy perspective, trying to assist asylum seekers as close to where they are, I think, is really key in being successful in delivering what is reasonable asylum policy. So if those folks can be identified and assisted in countries of origin, that will always be better for the sake of the asylum seekers, as well as for the sake of the receiving country and the countries that folks are transiting through. There's also a variety of efforts that would essentially open up kind of larger regional processing centers across the Western Hemisphere in collaboration with Canada and Spain and Mexico and others. So a much more sort of globally focused kind of effort at addressing some of these migrant streams, as well as some very proactive actions in the anti-human smuggling area. So I think all of these things, and again, we're still trying to understand and to read these tea leaves. I think all of these things are actually really positive actions. And I believe that we will be better served 2 to 3 months down the road. The question becomes, and the challenge for us will be, what happens on May 12th? And all of us should be wary, and all of us should be concerned, and all of us should be keeping our eyes open. And we as county staff to the administrator, our goal is to ensure the safety and security of the folks across Pima County by trying to assist these asylum seekers. That is, at the end of the day, what we are trying to do.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I appreciate the review of those policies and understand that their positive effects are most likely to be 2 or 3 months down the road. As you said, Ms. Lesher, you mentioned that the board would start to get, going into May 12th, some regular reports on where we are with potential influx. I recognize, because Mr. Clark is good enough to send us the weekly reports that he's already doing, that the total shelter capacity for asylum seekers is a number that just probably changes from hour to hour, not just from day to day. But if the board can get some approximation of that capacity as we're getting close to the 12th, I think that would be helpful. And also wanted to point out, with all due respect, I do think that you made reference to Pima County resources being used in your statement, and I think you did so very appropriately. You pointed out that there's an opportunity cost, more than one, when county procurement staff and county grants management staff are engaged in the kind of work that they have to be engaged in on a regular basis. So we're not using local dollars, but we're certainly using, as you pointed out in your testimony, and I'm glad you said this to members of the United States Senate so that they can see the direct daily impact on a local government. We certainly are making a significant investment in staff time. And I bet you could mention more than just 2 departments in your testimony. I'm sure Mr. Clark spends a ton of time on this. So I thought that was extraordinarily important and did point to the expenditure of county resources in terms of staff time.
Yep, thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Yep. We have had allusions or indications that it's a matter of a lack of comprehensive immigration policy. No one has yet to define what comprehensive immigration policy means. So we can blame the government, we can blame the parties, but the fact of the matter is, when this whole process started, Pima County made it known that we are a welcoming community for the asylum-seeking process. What's the name of the shelter at the old juvenile hall? What's the name of the new call center? The Welcoming Center. The word got out that Pima County is a welcoming center. As long as the money kept coming from the federal government, which it did, we're a welcoming center. There was a war here between the Catholic community and the Methodist community over who was going to get the money. They had a battle that we haven't seen since the Dark Ages about who was going to get the money. It was all about the money. And we were a welcoming center because we were welcoming the federal money. And now, for many of us who have been sounding the clarion call for a number of years now that this is a problem and it's going to get worse, we were told and named all sorts of things. And now I have to say I do feel a sense of vindication and relief that the Pima County administration is finally coming forth and admitting that we have a crisis, something that a lot of us have been saying for a number of years and have been butting our heads up against the wall because no one's been listening. And now we have May 12th coming, and all of a sudden it's a crisis. This has been detectable for years. It should have been addressed for years. We should have pared down our efforts. We should have cut back our projects to try to encourage people to come to Pima County. But it seemed that there was more and more effort to get more and more federal money. And when that happens, now we've got a process. But I have to be very thankful that now, finally, after all these years, Pima County is admitting that we are in a crisis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bronson, and then I'm going to let County Administrator Lesher or Deputy Administrator Garcia, Dr. Garcia, respond.
Yeah, and then to Supervisor, to your point, what is comprehensive immigration reform? Why are we here today? Part of it has to do not only with how we deal with immigrants, but our failed foreign policy that are driving these immigrants here. So if you want comprehensive immigration reform, that's something you need to talk to the State Department about. And, you know, we look at where the immigrants, many of them are coming from Central and South America, and that's a result of our failed foreign policy, my point of view.
Thank you, Administrator Lesher or Dr. Garcia. I want to thank you, Dr. Garcia, for representing Pima County and our interests up at the federal level. I think it's important that they heard from us, and I appreciated your words, and I thought that you were very direct in the need that Pima County has. And I also think that it's important that we focus on Administrator Lesher's point that the role of Pima County is to ensure that all of our county residents are safe. And otherwise, we would have the situations that we heard of in Ajo, where the people were just released and walking around without any services. So I think that we had to intervene. And I don't think that there's been any argument that there isn't a crisis. I don't think that that's ever been a situation that I've heard here or before I was representing District 5 on this board that we didn't have. We weren't trying to seek solutions and get intervention from the state and federal government. I don't believe that that's been in one of the issues that has come up. I don't think that anyone has just thought everything was great. I mean, I think we were just trying to make the most of a situation that we had in order to ensure the safety of all of our community. With that, I think, is that the last item? Yay! Okay, so just as a reminder, our next meeting is going to be Tuesday, May 16th. Thank you all for your attention. Have a good day.
And just one final comment.
Absolutely.
May 1 was Beltane. We should have celebrated it.
I think
as we look at all the religions and whatnot.
That's true. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.